alive again with Dark Souls 1, continuing the Soul Level 1 run from earlier. So today, we're largely, most likely, going to be working on Ornstein and Smo. Although, I need to check, see if I have enough Titanite shards for an upgrade. What is required to upgrade? So the Raw Reinforced Club, I have the right amount of Titanite, so I'm going to go ahead and snack on some souls real quick. Let's see, this is probably enough. Clock in a couple upgrades. So raw reinforced +5. I think that's the strongest raw weapons ever get out to, which is kind of a flaw with raw weapons, but it's just a thing. I'm going to start upgrading the next reinforced club that I'll be working on. The next one is going to be fiery. It's going to be a while before I actually put that together. Okay, so relative to where I am right now in this big kind of complex, there's some things around here that it could be worthwhile for me to find. But before I get into that, what I want to do is relocate my spawn point. So I'm going to want to do that skip again of... Oh, this guy's angry. Jump a bit earlier. There we go. So there's the neat little skip. Oh, since I've done that before, I actually could have gone through the doorway that's down in the bottom. But oh well. So we're just going to run on over here. And across here. Actually, you know what? I could just go after Ornstein and Smo through this way. Oh no, that's right. I wanted to get... I wanted to have consistent access to 10 Estus for the fight, which is why I wanted to relocate. Plus, apparently, a whole bunch of ornery stuff in this room is not keen on me. The guy up there with the big arrow is in a mood. Right, so since we don't have the right of kindling in order to upgrade the bonfire that's already back over there, we're going to run across this bridge, go up the elevator to the original bonfire for Anor Londo, and that's going to be our bonfire for these attempts. And because there's a firekeeper at that bonfire, it's worth 10 Estus instead of 5. It's really a Dark Souls 1 only mechanic. They did away with that as early as Dark Souls 2. Of course, in Dark Souls 2, your Estus flask starts with only a single use at the beginning of the game, and you need to get that ramped up by collecting Estus shards or flask shards or whatever. There's also a couple odd treasure chests around the opening area of Anor Londo that I pretty much skipped, and I'm going to go back and open those up. And while I'm at it, I can show off a trick. We don't need that right now. But pretty soon we're going to need Lloyd's Talismans. You may recall that earlier we had to fight a gargoyle here. He doesn't respawn, so we just get to move on. Up 2, 3, 4. Lots of running for a bit. So I can't guarantee that I have actually resolved my camera issues. The camera, you may notice, is displaying right now. I don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. There's a lot of things online that apparently cause various different, mostly similar, but subtly different camera issues that people are reporting. So I tried a lot of stuff between changing up the settings of the camera, but also some of the USB settings in general. So I'm gonna have to kind of taunt these guys and see if I can fight them ideally one at a time, but they're probably gonna want to go at the same time. It's just the way of it. Can I just avoid you guys and get at the chests? So let's see, this one on the left is real. That's a real chest. Twinkling Titanite, nice and valuable. So we'll dodge that. This one here has the chain facing out towards us. It's a Mimic, so we'll do that. The Mimic starts yawning, and we can loot him for nothing important. So Lloyd's Talismans, in a mechanic that I don't think is ever well described or even hinted at, put Mimics to sleep. In PvP, they have the effect of preventing your opponent from healing, or actually using any kind of items. So they were originally in the game with intent for that kind of PvP mechanic. But they also have this effect on Mimics, which I didn't really know about until playing Dark Souls 3. Okay, this time one giant was happy to come over and say hi, so I'm going to actually try to take this guy down. Got him the stagger. His shield is a big deal. You may have noticed we just got an 11th Estus Flask. That's because somebody in the world, the real world, just kindled the bonfire that we are currently tied to. It's a nice, hidden camaraderie mechanic. Scaredy cat. Unlike some other characters, you can never punch through the shields of the Giant Knights. We get a bit of Demon Titanite, which is going to be useless for us in this run. I don't think there's a single weapon upgraded by Demon Titanite that we can actually wield. Okay, with that in the books, we're going to be heading over to Ornstein and Smo. Now, Ornstein and Smo are a bit unique in terms of enemies and enemy resistances in the game. The game has some kind of loose enemy types that are not, necessarily super well discussed. But basically, our enemy types kind of come into dragons, demons, hollows, and then there's, this kind of divine type. And as far as the different damages available to us, there's, standard damage, and then additionally there is... Let's see. Oh, and standard damage, I believe, is further subdivided into, bludgeoning, cutting, and piercing, technically. That might be a Dark Souls 2 thing. Yeah, I think that's only from Dark Souls 2 on. Here, we've got basically standard damage, magic, fire, lightning. But there are some additional considerations that go into some of the player's weapons. You can get divine and occult weapons that do a different sort of magic damage that are effective against selected enemies. If I remember correctly, the proper damage type, in theory, for Ornstein and Smo, is occult type damage because they are considered to be divine enemies. But not only is that generally a hassle to go for, occultic type weapons scale with a stat that we're not stacking, so we're not going to bother to try and exploit that defense. Ornstein is fairly subject to cleave, so that's an option we can try to go for. Too early on that roll. And too, was that too late or was that wrong? I'm not sure if the back roll actually works against that attack. It might be that I back rolled too early. A lot of our runs against Ornstein and Smo are going to be like this, so just be ready. Oh, we kept at 11 charges because we didn't spend one. We didn't have the time. So we might find that it's a little necessary for us to kit around armor or change armor. I would prefer for a hit from Ornstein to knock off about 40% of my health, and a hit from Smo to knock off about 70 to 80% is just a reality of things. So that way, I want to be able to take 2 hits from Ornstein if I screw up. And I know I can't afford to screw up and take a hit from Smo unless I'm at full health. In the second phase of the fight, I won't be allowed to screw up at all no matter who's hitting me. But oftentimes in the second phase of the fight, they'll just kind of get looped. One thing that's noteworthy, in the second phase, I believe a lot of their damage is like componented out into lightning. We don't have great lightning resistance with this set. Do we have the Crimson? Yeah, we've got the Mask of the Sealer, which only has slightly more magic resistance. We can swap over to this for more physical defense if we want. Upgrading anything is going to cost us either this armor set or the Sealer's armor set, which I think are two of my premium options for Soul Level 1. Upgrading either of those is going to cost me a bunch of Twinkling Titanites, so I'm going to try to not need to do that. There is an area later in the game where we can farm these sort of clam-type enemies for Twinkling Titanite, so that's an option if I really feel like I need to get more. Yeah, every time we want to do the fight, we just got to do this run and reattempt it. And we don't have to worry about our souls on the floor because there's basically nothing there. So we get a nice stagger like every other hit. Distance relative to Smo. Dodge that lightning attack. Sometimes Ornstein is just super happy to throw stuff at us, which is a bummer. Now, he like faked me out a moment ago. Woo! Spicy. This swinging attack from Smo is the deadliest attack going on. A quick stab is very unfortunate if I'm on the ground. That's a quick lesson, don't fall on the ground. So we got Ornstein about 40% dead on that attempt. It is good to know that every other hit is going to cause a stagger on Ornstein so long as we're two-handing the weapon. But two-handing the weapon is a bit slower, so I might want to think about taking a hand off. Still, every other hit causing a stagger means we can be real aggressive on that nerd so long as we can keep our eye on Smo. Just gotta kind of get one eye looking this way and one eye kind of going over there, and we'll be fine. Really though, I think there's a slight audio signal for Smo starting up the kind of hammer-dragging charge attack, which is the attack that I would be most concerned about, generally speaking. That's the only attack that really gets Smo any distance. Apart from that, he's not going to hit me unless I'm, like, next to him, which is my own fault. There is plenty of battlefield to go around. I don't need to, like, stance him down. This is not a one-on-one. So this is currently a fully upgraded raw weapon, which is nice. Yeah, there are a couple enemies, especially a bit later, that are considered to be hollow type, that are pretty dangerous, which is why we want to get a fire type weapon. I believe, notably among those, I think Gravelord Nito is vulnerable to fire damage, and he is one of our tougher fights. Dragons are vulnerable to lightning. Okay, like to hit that. No, too close to each other. So I'm gonna wait for Ornstein to do another dash. Further. That's a double attack. Never mind, it's a triple. Now I know. That's a really slow sequence, though. I can definitely hit between it. Ah, that has, like, such weird tracking. Okay, and... I got cracked in the back of the head. Notably, the kind of tumble that Smo causes with that attack creates this very extended knockdown state. And you are like loosely protected in knockdown in Dark Souls because your hitbox while you're on the floor is very weak, but your wake up isn't protected at all, and I don't think you have control over how quickly you wake up. So some attacks can whiff over your head while you're on the floor, but I don't believe you can delay the wake up. I should try that the next time I'm down to get some data. Because if I can delay the wake up, that'll get me more options when... Because generally speaking, the reason you die in this fight, I mean, there's a couple. Usually it's you tried to heal and Ornstein says no. The other big reason you die is that Smo knocks you down, and then Ornstein just does like a dozen attacks over you until you stand up and get stabbed. And since their attacks combined, if you take a hit from... Oh, got a bit of lag there, and it knocked out my camera. Okay. Now that was actually lag in the game as well, which is maybe leaning on... One of the suppositions that people were saying was that there's like a possible RAM thing that screws this up. Other people were saying that it's about like the amount of power that is going to the camera. And I think my USB is very likely overtaxed because I've got a couple different things plugged into USB. Where's the webcam? There we go. Can I just deactivate and then activate and then it'll work? Okay, that's a bit easier than what I was doing before, so there's that. Moving on. So if it's Dark Souls, I think I'll be able to pretty much easily tell when it's going to fail because I'll get some stutter in the game. This still begs the question of what is stuttering the game. There's some thought that what's it called? It's a problem between the video card and OBS, and something about rendering the OBS preview is messing with it. But if I didn't have the OBS preview rendered, I wouldn't know when it froze. I also have OBS set up to use the onboard video card, whereas Dark Souls is using the non-built-in video card. Yeah, Ornstein's dash gets really weird when he interacts with terrain. Yeah, I'm not able to control that. It's not based on any input for when I stand up. Being knocked over by the start of that attack prevents the remainder of the attack from hitting me. But I just got lifted by that attack. Barely survived. Smo will not cut it out with that same attack. Spammer. I was wary of the butt stab there, otherwise I could have done something better. Take 2 down. Bad lag, bad lag, bad lag. Okay, it's decent. The lightning, not dead yet. I did see that. I didn't respond right. Okay. I thought I might not have the time to do that. Oh, that bodied me. Yeah, get around that. I'm kind of like just in the corner. Gonna get combo to death here. Because I can't... Yeah, there we go. Because rolling does not remove your collision. So I can't, like, if I actually get blocked in like that, I don't really have a response. Alright, alright. That was not a bad run. I was doing pretty well for a bit there. Get back to the switch back. Okay, there we go. There we go. This camera's gonna drive me nuts, though. Oh, it didn't stay fixed for even 2 seconds. Cool! Cool! I'm so glad I paid money for this. Okay, okay. You know, fighting Ornstein and Smo, like, fighting this big old boss and doing all this stuff isn't gonna make me mad. It's just like technology not working. It's gonna throw me off, man. Let's just sip some coffee. Move on with it. I might seriously call the manufacturer for this camera, though, and see if I can get it returned. Because I've had this for less than a month. And that's like part of the things people say online is half the people will say like, oh, it's your like USB bus is not good enough, or like the ports on your system aren't good enough, and like I've got right now 2 headsets, the controller, the keyboard and mouse, and the camera are all the USB devices I have. The camera's on a USB 3.0. It doesn't seem to care. It only locks up in OBS. To me, the problem is that OBS doesn't check back with the camera for some reason to see that the camera's recovered. Because the camera has like a momentary lapse and then OBS just stops. From what I was seeing online, though, people talking about it, this is not an issue that's unique to Streamlabs, which is what I'm using. It happens in both Streamlabs and regular OBS. Which makes sense, because Streamlabs and OBS use like mostly the same code. There's hardly a difference. Okay, let's go. Get staggered. Take more damage. Gave me a kick accidentally, and I need to get out of this corner again. Yeah, there, I took my eyes off of Smo, and I paid for it. Gotta be a little off kilter from the hammer. Ah, he did a follow-up on that. I didn't know he had one. Ah, I didn't do the dodge right. I started up a dash, so it gave me the jump instead of the dodge. So when he goes into the hammer startup, if I'm completely square with the hammer, it has a hitbox the moment he starts the charge. If I'm not fully square with the hammer, I can use the infill frames of the dodge to slip around to the right, and I have a lot of time. Let's see. All right. So I want to let everybody know who's watching that getting this far this fast is super cool for me. The last time I was doing a Dark Souls Soul Level 1 run, I was walled at Ornstein and Smo for weeks. If I beat Ornstein and Smo tonight, that is a testament to some skill. I'll be feeling it, man. I mean, like, I'm not about to be playing through Dark Souls without taking a hit. I'm not that quality a person, but this is something I've done before. I haven't done it with exactly this weapon set, or exactly this armor set. The last time I came through and did this, I had a lot more upgrades. There's another run for Dark Souls that's pretty interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, once it's just Smo, I need to be clean on like what I'm doing, but he gets into looped patterns all the time. Like, most of the time he just wants to do the butt slam, and it might take me 2 tries to remember how to dodge the butt slam properly. Come on, get out of my face, buddy. Sometimes collisions are weird with like just the enemy models. So the thing I remembered about the fight is, yeah, you just gotta saunter right into the middle of them, because once you're, you know, in tight with them, they do more predictable attacks, they do back steps. Okay, I didn't dodge that early enough. Oh, what? I got straight robbed on that lightning bolt earlier. I took Ornstein's hit, so I didn't have to take Smo's hit. Okay, I tried to roll, but I wasn't intangible, so... Okay, he got me on the stand-up. I tried to roll, but I wasn't intangible, so you can't roll through the hammer. Because you don't lose collision, you only lose, you don't lose collision, you only lose vulnerability. So rolling around the hammer is tricky just because it's big. Good luck. I think that's a set message. Since it has the dude face thing. What are those things called? Framped. I forget what those guys are called. They're like the Great Serpents, or the Deep Ones, or the Ancients, or something like that. They just kind of hang out, chew up your souls for you, let you junk items. They try to tell you to be good or evil or whatever. I don't know. They oddly don't show up for most of the second game. And I don't think they're in the third game at all, which is weird. Like, if it's an ancient being, it should have some kind of underpinning in things, but they just don't feature. In the second game, they don't show up, except there's one of the ending options they will. What's it called? And I believe Dark Souls 3 also has the most ending options, which is kind of interesting. Dark Souls 2 has 3 endings, I think. Maybe like 2.5. There's an extra secret boss if you collect certain items. It's not that hard. No, thank you. See there, I didn't take damage, but his hammer swing actually moved me. Okay, I need to roll in directly to his body. That's where it has to be. And I also need to not get hit by that. I'm still in recovery. I knew he was doing the backswing. I needed to be a little bit slower on my dodge. If I had stood up a little faster, I could have done 2 dodges, which is what I was trying to go for. Didn't get it. Alright, so on the hammer sweep from Smo, what I need to do is roll right into his gut. That's the spot where the hitbox isn't going to be. I kind of need to be the right distance away from it. By and large, the problem I'm having is the hammer is jostling me, and it makes it weird. Other issue is I need to make sure I don't take whiffed swings at Ornstein, because it costs a lot of stamina. And if he wants to go and do like a backstep animation, I'm going to whiff. Because the two-handed animation is actually really slow. Actually, the one-handed animation is pretty slow too. This is just a slow weapon, man. Bat with nails in it. That's why it does so much damage. I mean, being able to stagger Ornstein in 2 hits is really useful. You get a lot of mileage out of planning on those staggers, because every time he does that, I can basically just crack him again, so long as Smo's not doing something too problematic. A lot of the time in this fight, it's ideally you want them to kind of synchronize their attacks. You can do one dodge and then hit people. Now, for those who are watching who haven't played the game before, going into the second phase, whichever one of them is still standing gets healed to full. So there's no point for me to hit Smo if I'm aiming to kill Ornstein. Okay, that attack was slower than I bargained for. Okay, the giant knight is trying to get through the door. It's better vision. Go. Okay, that was too early. The lightning timing is difficult. Just straight up. I was still sipping. There we go. I didn't have my stamina back. It buffered a dodge there. Oh, I thought I could walk out of that and I was wrong. See there, I get to use Smo to move me away from Ornstein actively. Getting on that back step. That's right, you two. Stay in sync. I thought he would stagger. My mistake. It buffered a swing while I was in the, it buffered a swing while I was in the stagger, so I didn't get the dodge. I don't know what input actually clears the buffer. Like, if I had spammed dodge, would it have overrode the buffered swing? I'm not sure. But there really is no other way to do this fight than being in really close quarters with them. Because if you're far away from one of them and you dodge an attack, you're pretty much just gonna like get attacked by the other one during the opening window you would have. You really need to be close enough to them that you're dodging both of them at the same time. I mean, the best opening I got that fight was when they both tried a leaping attack on me. It does sometimes make it trickier for me to take advantage of the stagger, though, if Smo's winding up more crap. Okay, it got a little bit of stutter, so I had to check and make sure the camera was still running. Oh, I didn't think he was going to get me there. Just quickly take a sip. I think almost every iteration of this fight, I'm not going to run into like an Estus Flask limit problem. Since I have the 10. Smo was weirding me out by not taking a swing. That time the buffered roll was actually what I wanted. Please come out of that corner. Damn it. Finally stop backpedaling. Ow. Unpleasant. Phase 2. When do you stagger? Ow. That's the bad one. Ah! I dodged left instead of forward. That's why he got me. So I think I just need to run really far back when he starts that up, because just dodging back is not enough. I might need to double back dodge every time he goes into that attack. I think it's double back dodge, and then dash in to hit him again after, and then he starts to loop. It's probably about 4 consecutive hits to get the stagger on him when he's in super mode. If he can stagger in second phase, I'm not sure if that's the thing. Smo might just never stagger. Not sure. Yep, definitely moving forward on this. Solid command of that last round. I would have killed Ornstein sooner if he didn't keep backstepping. And also, the lightning slam doesn't one-shot me. That's pretty noteworthy. I can't recall if I was at full health when I got clocked by the dashing swipe. I think that one still one-shots me if I dodge it wrong. But like I said, I dodged left instead of forward, and if I dodged forward, that just wouldn't have hit me. Pure whiff. And that's like the attack I should be kind of utilizing every time. Alright, let's see. After this bit, I get the Lord Vessel and I can bebop around. I might go out and try clearing, like, the Moonlight Butterfly. That doesn't get me too much, though. Going after, like, the Moonlit Butterfly or Sif. I think Sif's vulnerability is fire. And fire weapons, I don't have to unlock a fire ember. It's down in the crypt. There's a blacksmith that does that stuff. So I'll need more Titanite shards to get that started. Whiff. Look at that, he moved Ornstein out of the way. Just dodge. That one whiffed. I accidentally triggered a kick there. Ow. Wrong timing. Uh-oh. That's his special follow-up thing. And that was a perfect combo. Ornstein doesn't do that often, but if he hits with that attack, he can get you with a knock-up. And you're just gonna die if you get launched into the air like that. That was a bummer. I bet on taking that attack when I used the Estus. I just expected it to be a weaker hit. Because there's I mean, you could do any number of things there, and half of them I could dodge. But that comes out just a bit too fast for that Estus use. And one could say that like maybe it's not legitimate to take bets on like what the AI will do and like try to win off of that, but that's totally valid. You just gotta win once. You still have to know how to respond to most of the moves in order to get through one of these. And on a winning run, when you do the damage you do in Soul Level 1, you're gonna see every move. At least across the various fights. Like, he won't do that follow-up if he doesn't connect that first stab. He's used that first stab several times. It's not always going to be his choice at that range, but it's a thing. I don't know if his, if any of the AI's choices are actually conditioned on what you're doing at the moment. Like, I don't know if item use tells his AI, like, ooh, do this thing. He's using an item. I'm sure there's some people on some like forums who've cracked the game's code and figured all that nonsense out, but I'm not here for that. I'm here to play. Oh, come on, let me through. He's got under his legs there. That was a weird sound. Huh. Like some other attack. Okay, Smo was a bit more determined than usual that time. Ow, I actually didn't see that. And I didn't get the dodge for that in time. It almost just full comboed me. Ow, that was a bad dodge on me. I should not have done that. Okay, that tapped my foot. Thank you. That one was kind of just a, that was hard. With the way that was timed out, I would have had to walk under Smo's jump instead of dodging it. And then I might have been able to get through. I probably need to try that a bit more, walking past Smo on the jump. There's a few different attacks for Smo that I'm pretty sure I don't need to dodge, I just need to stand in the right place. But I'm not always reacting to which attack Smo is doing. Sometimes I'm just reacting to an attack, the fact that he's attacking. A lot of his attacks have a very similar timing and spacing. So there's like a certain reaction deals with like 4 different things that Smo could be doing. You really just have to know when he's doing the charge, because that's one of the only moves he does that has to be treated any differently from anything. Oh, it might have been cool. And if I do another SL1 run of like another Dark Souls game, I'll maybe do this. Put a death count up on the stream. Whoops, I was hitting the wrong button. Ow. That's bad. That was a buffered roll. That was a bit of a... That was a messy Estus. It was not the nastiest attack to happen as a result of me Estusing there. I could have taken the charge and been even worse off. Basically, getting up from the knockdown's a crapshoot. Oh, thanks for the congrats, but I need to turn off the tracker. Some of those come from like bots who just come around, follow and unfollow for some silly reason. So I think the actual number right now is 48. So tell your friends and turn on some notifications. I can use some company. But yeah, I'm only like 2 or 3 away. I gotta look back at the channel. I was looking last night, and I think I remember it was 48. Now, you know, maybe since I'm running this, I should jump onto the Dark Souls Discord and shill next time. Because I've been doing, like, occasionally I'll shill out on the Dead by Daylight Discord, but there's tons of people on there. I was starting to check out some like FF14 Discords to see if I wanted to do anything there, but I think streaming an MMO is super boring, so I didn't really expect much from that. Oh. That is like their only sequence attack, and he just tangled me up in that. Crack a quick Estus. Please no. Just let me go into the boss fight room. Oh, jeez. And Ornstein wanted to do that to start with. Okay. Oh, that wasn't good enough? Oh, that wasn't his hammer slam jump, that was just his butt slam jump. Excuse me. Okay, that attempt was a little cursed. Yeah, what's it called? If you guys remember Jimmy from GMU and Simterra, he's doing a stream thing, and he's got like, I don't know, yeah, he's got a decent number of followers. I was in his Discord doing posting a little bit. He's got a few people over there who cross promote. They're big on FF14. We've got somebody over there who's running Hollow Knight. They're doing like a tabletop thing as well. I should probably check in with Brendan and what he's doing. Do a cross promote, see where he's streaming at, and subscribe to him. Naturally, I'm subscribed to you. I also haven't been doing any streaming of Storybook, even though my Steam tag is still .ttb, so theoretically if I was up against somebody, they could like jump in the channel. But I don't see the camaraderie there the same as I would in, what's it called? Dead by Daylight, where there's actually like a post-game chat. Yeah, let's see. Also, if I was playing anything for speed, I'd be all over the Discord for that. But that is a good amount of dedication to a single game to play for speed. Like, I don't even want to try any of the speedrun categories for Dark Souls. As my play in Dark Souls is quite rough when you get down to it. And I don't really want to sit down and learn some of the tricks. Oh, I thought I could actually walk around that. Well, now we've tested. No can do. Whoops. Almost had him there. Oh, his feet actually hit me there. That hasn't happened before. So that's a thing, I guess. Oh, too early. Where'd he go? Okay. Kidding me? I barely didn't have to dodge in time. That time I think I dodged too early. Not just yet. Soon though. Stop jumping around! The reason I got hit by that was because I thought I would get the hit on him and stagger him, and my hit whiffed. That's the butt slam. Got him. Okay, it's phase 2. I only got 3 Estus for this. Ah, oof. Oh, is the game audio really beating me here? Okay, I'm gonna adjust that after this. Nope. Yeah, it's a double backdash. Knockdown on me. Okay, the timing on that is weird when it's electrically charged like that. That was a total whiff. Go figure. Was that a full kill? I'm not dead. I thought that one shot me. No more Estus. I might want to try using like a charcoal resin for this fight. I thought that came with an electric pulse. Ah, I walked back into it? Alright, that's a weirdly persistent thing. Okay, let me go ahead and tweak the audio a bit. I have a bit of time. And this is a particularly loud segment. I think I've been finding that the new mic is a bit quieter than my other one, weirdly enough. I haven't, like, adjusted this a bit. Well, okay. I think it's probably fine. Probably fine here, anyway. I could adjust the desktop audio a bit further if it's still... Actually, let me take a look at the levels for a sec, because... Well, it's every time I mouse over... Okay, I've just jumped my voice, so I think it's going to be fine. Every time I mouse over to the... to manipulate the stream, it cuts the audio, which I think is a setting that I can get into about like how the game behaves in the background, but I don't know if that's even available. Beats me. Oh, I could try adjusting the game itself as well. So let me see. Options. We're gonna knock these a little bit. I also can't quite tell because, of course, the game is going directly into my ears, and everything I say sounds like a little bit muted to me. And so I'm trying to speak loudly and project without projecting too much, because I really don't know. But always, 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 please let me know if there's ever anything that's strange or weird about my audio. It's not hard for me to make slight adjustments during the stream. Been playing with the filters a bit more on some of the audio devices as well to try and filter out any possible background noise or weird pickups. I think I've made some headway there with some of the mics. I have a very nice mic that I kind of gave up on that for because I just couldn't stop it from picking up things like the keyboard and ambient sounds in the room. So I've got an ASMR mic, basically. I just need to find maybe a theme to get into ASMRing about. And then I can whisper to the viewers. It's in stagger. Take that. At the start of the fight, I knew what attack Smo was in because I could hear him, like, clattering across the floor. Come on, give me some time. That was too early, and now I'm in the sky. Oh, I thought I'd hit his knee. That was a bit of a nervous dodge. That too was a nervous dodge. It's too early. Smo abducted my hitbox and took me with him on a ride. I wish he would stop doing his sweep backdash. Okay, that was a fun little combo. That being said, Smo saved me from Ornstein's knockup. Thanks for being a pal. Alright. I forgot to bring on the charcoal pine resin. I'm glad he let me get away with 2 of those. If he went for the jump, I might have died. backswing? Oh, he didn't do the backswing that time. I'd really rather not fight him near this pillar so that I can wrap around him more cleanly. Oh no. Audio ratio better. Cool, cool. Yeah, that buffered dodge it gave me on the stand-up, or was it that I got caught into something? One or the other. I am going to switch over to... what's it called? I'm going to add charcoal pine resin to my bar there, because I think if I charcoal pine the second fight, I will... the second phase of the fight, I'll have a bit more leeway. Or rather, not more leeway. It'll be shorter. Less risk. Yep, made it. There's probably a few more times that I can go into hits as well. The problem I had there in that last bit, which is what I was wary of, is that if he goes into the charge hitbox starts super early when he lowers the hammer. And I don't have a good reaction for that. I think the proper reaction for that is roll forward left. Because I think that will wrap me around him and he'll just charge off into nowhere. But otherwise, he just kind of pops the hammer down in front of him, and it's instantly a hitbox. He takes half a step forward, and now I'm in a really bad way. Because if the move he chooses to do immediately after standing up, after finishing that attack, is the lightning butt slam, I will not be able to get out. I could possibly... Like, if I was in the mood to spend a whole lot more time on fixing the problem, I could probably run out and find the lightning stone plate ring, which would give me more lightning defense. It is somewhere. I don't remember where in the game. I think it might be in the garden, which I have skipped thus far. Oh, that's a cheap hitbox. Jerk. Huh. That, like, had a hitbox on startup, and I buffered, like, 2 moves deep there. That's fun. Ow. Quit it. Take a stagger. I didn't quite have enough time to do that. Oh, I did that wrong. Oh, Ornstein did his full 3-hit. Get staggered to death! Haha, buddy! Okay, we do that. Charcoal pine resin on. Let's go. Bring it on, buddy. Get that distraction off the floor, and I'm gonna lag. Fun time to lag. Super fun. I think he's a bit likelier to use the butt slam if I'm kind of behind him. does flip him around. That might help me prompt that reaction more. That's a stagger. That's a bleed proc. That's a stagger. And that's a kill. Hell yeah! That might have reprobated. I think I heard that distorting in my own headset. But that's worth. If there's a moment in the stream where you're gonna like crack the sound, that's got to be it. You got to have a few allowances. All right, all right. Little over an hour into the stream, Ornstein and Smo down. I'll have the video fixed in just a moment. Camera doesn't cooperate with me at all. Heck yeah. Alright, so with Ornstein and Smo down, we're largely into like the latter half of the game. Got this bonfire to light. Quickly chillax. I don't have any more items to do anything with that anyway, so we're moving on. Okay, so now we can access a lot of new areas for the Lord Souls, and these are kind of like choose your path kind of setup. And of course we have a fabulous chest ahead. Alright, let's get a little bit of coffee. Good luck in your rounds of Mahjong. I've been having a rough time. I was almost cracking Adept 3 on MJS, but I got bodied in the game earlier today. It was bad. But hey, I bodied somebody else last night. I got knocked down to about 11,000 points during the East set, but then once I got Dealer in the South set, I just won like 5 or 6 rounds in a row, and the guy who was like beating me down earlier, he had like maybe 45k points. I just dropped everybody. I ended the game with about 60k. Some of these folks in MJS, they got like they got weird flow, man. It's painful. I think that I don't know if it's my imagination or not, but I feel like one person at every table in FF14 really doesn't know what they're doing, and that gives a big help. Okay, we can now warp. Yeah. So let's see. Do I have any humanity sitting around? I've got just 3 humanity. Not a big deal. Let's see. Where do I want to go? So I could go after Pinwheel. I can go do some stuff in the garden, which I haven't done yet. I could go after Beta Chaos. Like, Beta Chaos isn't a real fight, so I could just work on that a while. It's not a bad idea. I have to fight Demon Fire Sage if I go... Oh, I know what I want to do. First thing I want to do is probably just go back to Firelink and do the revisit for the one spot around here. And if I'm heading back to Firelink, well, first of all, I'm going to brag to this rando. Hey, buddy, I rang the bells. And you know what else?
Maybe.
Stench. I forget what his whole thing is. Let's see. Okay, the pilgrims have already gone down below. I don't care to buy anything from the mages. No, I think I've got both of them here. It's like going to the garden. I can get the grass crest shield for extra stamina regeneration. That's kind of nice. I could get Havel's ring, but I don't think I'm going to use it. Oh yeah, I can talk to you. I should probably just place the Lord Vessel. Whee! For those who didn't know, you can talk to him and get warped, or you can just jump down here, you damn self. You don't need to bother with this goon. So let's go ahead and get the Lord Vessel placed. I think that in the original game, you actually had to physically place the Lord Vessel before you could warp, and I think they changed that in the remaster, but maybe you could warp either way. I feel like there was one time I was playing through the game, and I beat Ornstein and Smo, and I was confused that I couldn't warp when I tried to, and I was like, oh, I never placed the Lord Vessel. What a goon am I. Bam! So, I want to collect some humanity so that I can donate it to the Fair Lady, advance the Covenant, and get the alternate entrance to the Underground. That's what I tried to do. I tried to go through the golden areas without placing the Lord Vessel, and I got, that's how I got bodied. Alright, alright. Alright then, let's see. That's right, the Sunlight Altar is a valid transition point. There's the Daughter of Chaos, the Depths, and the Undead Parish. In terms of going underground at Firelink, I also forget what our light source is. I think we need to get the lantern that's down there and use that to get through the Tomb of Giants. I hate the Tomb of Giants, man. Not a fan. Honestly, that whole area around there is just full of bone wheel skeletons. It's just a mess. But I guess that's probably what we should be dealing with right now. I mean, it's either going to be that, the Depths, or the Garden, but I don't need to go to the Garden until I need the Covenant of Artorias, which is not important yet. Really, it's a matter of which boss do I want to chase down before I have access to a fire weapon. I think I'm going to go after Pinwheel because he's the chumpiest of the bosses that are still alive. Oh no, that's right. I was.
You could not be the enough.
Yeah, whatever. Get out of here. Yeah, he doesn't like that I didn't talk to him. He's cross. But whether or not you talk to those guys does not actually change your ending of the game. That's right. I want to go up to the Crow's Nest and go back to the jail, which I believe requires that I pull this number, activate that, and then walk off here. Because the spot I'm trying to get to, I think, is like up there. Yeah, so I gotta get over there. How does this work? I totally forgot. I think I can just... No, I can't walk across that. That's the spot that I want to get to. I forgot how to get there. Is it just about jumping up over here? Whoop. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna fall. That's okay, too. Maybe I'm forgetting exactly the way it was to get up there. Do I have to jump off of something else? Is it over here? Maybe I jump off of this. Because this is walkable. And I feel like maybe there was a way up around here. Well, it's not there. That's for sure. I think it has to do with that staircase over there, possibly. Whoops, slipped. Okay, that's fine. Oh, is it up here, maybe? Okay, so there's this spot up here. Hey there, crow buddy. I gotta remember the way up there. It's been so long. This definitely required some peculiar platforming to do. Oh hey, bombs. You know, so long as I have 50,000 souls, I should actually go see a merchant. So I'm gonna go over to the undead merchant woman and turn these souls into stuff. Clunk. Oh no. Upgraded weapons do a lot of damage.
I thought you bet plenty.
Let's see, so I don't think rotten pine resin is necessarily super good against anything. She only has 1 humanity to sell. So I could buy some pine resin. I could just, yeah, you know, we'll just buy all the pine resin we ever need. Now we've got 90 of it. Yep, 97 charcoal pine resin. So, that will let us have a fire weapon for as many fights as we want. Well, not as many as we want for 97 fights. The possibility that we will get into 97 losing fights, or, you know, 97 fights where we don't win enough, is daunting, but I mean, that's there. You have to acknowledge that. It's definitely a thing. But yeah, on the subject of damage types and things, I believe fire is actually effective against demons in Dark Souls. It's very strange. It's either fire or magic that is good against demons. There's like lore implications on the whole thing or something. I don't know. Okay, so this is the building I need to get on top of, this one here. I'm pretty sure it's an elevator thing that I need to do. Something fancy with the elevator. Do we need to get all the way up there? No, that's where I was before. Okay, so let's get up on that roof and then think about it. So we can see better from up here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I need to get over to that staircase thing, or I need to get onto that building, or one will let me do the other. Oh, you know what? It's jumping onto this. Or rolling onto it. I guess that works too. Because now we can get through here, onto this, which gets us over here, and then we're on this. Where we get the asylum key, which is for the return to the asylum. And what's it called? There's a way to get the crow to take us back. Do I need to do like a pose? Is it like an emote? No, there's the crow's nest that's up there. Okay. So I needed the asylum key. And now I need to go over to the crow's nest. Which is, I think, like up here and then up here. Nope, around the other way. Like this. Here we go. There. And we need to sit here for a little bit before the crow will decide that it's in its best corvid interests to, you know, move us. Or maybe I need to... There we go. There we go. I'm like, all right, what's going on? Come here. So on the revisit to the Undead Asylum, there are a couple things to do. There's a boss for us to fight known as the Stray Demon, which is actually visible when you're running around there initially. It's like clunking around below. In your starting jail cell area, you can look through the bars and see it. It looks exactly the same as the first boss of the game, the boss that's usually here. We get a few more enemies on the revisit. They're actually going to burn us to death. Because I didn't take them very seriously, and they both chose the torch unique attack, which is quite dangerous. Quite. It's going to return us to the Lord Vessel. Oh boy. This time, we're going to remember to rest at Firelink. So it's a good thing I sat around. It's a good thing I walked over to that merchant and spent those souls. I don't know if souls remain on the floor. I believe lost souls do remain on the floor through a zone transition. You didn't follow the others. Is there a reason?
Me? I've scoured. Where could you... Milady. I am... Oh. Oh, sometimes...
Yeah, so she is gone. They done left. Each of the covenants, usually covenants just unlock, almost all of them are specifically miracles that you get unlocked, which is not useful for us at all, naturally. What's it called? Oh. The exception, of course, is the covenant we're actually a part of, which gives us access to pyromancies, which would be important if we were actually using pyromancies, which we're not. What's important instead about our covenant is after a certain progress point in the covenant, it unlocks a special shortcut that I would like to have. It seems like we're well set for going into the crypts in a little bit. And that will be one of my next destinations, but for now, I want to do this Asylum stuff to get it out of the way. Now, the Asylum stuff that I'm looking to do unlocks the Painted World, another sub-area. And if it weren't for the fact that there is a boss in the Painted World, and this is an all-bosses run, I would just skip it. It's a very cool-looking place, full of a lot of dangerous, obnoxious enemies. There's like a sewer area there that's dedicated to bone wheel skeletons, and if you haven't played Dark Souls, bone wheel skeletons are the worst. They're a lot easier to deal with on builds and setups where you can block or where you have high defense, because their individual attacks don't do a lot of damage. But naturally, when you don't have any level ups and any defenses, they hurt real bad. There you go, okay. It does persist through areas. So this time, I want to wisely kind of wait and see if they're going to do that attack. And this time, of course, none of them will. Yeah, alright, alright. So what I want to do here... Good job, go straight ahead. That's the old message from the last time we were here. Because right now, we really don't want to go exactly straight ahead. We want to do anything but going exactly straight ahead, because the floor there is a little softer than the last time we were here. So we're going to take a bit of a rest. One of the other important reasons to come over here is it's one of the few places in the game where you can get yourself a Titanite slab. Yeah, here we go. Stray Demon. Okay, I'm gonna have to hope the demon kills him. Pretty sure the demon got him. If I remember right, this dude has magic. Yeah, he's got magic. That magic is very dangerous to us. And he ain't shy about using it. That's kind of his thing. As I said, it's kind of his thing. Oh my god, he's just going to keep doing the same thing. If this is how we get all the damage on him, I'm not really going to be upset. I mean, not really. Him doing the forward sweep is naturally more dangerous to me. Okay, that I'm just far away enough from, right? I hope so. I don't know what damage type his magic attacks even are. Or if there's a meaningful, like, way for us to defend against it. I'm tempted to say no. So as you can see, that like hits behind to his butt, so we do have to be wary about that. There's a couple ways for this fight to go. Most of them are boring. Because usually you are looking for him to do these just simple looped behaviors where you just smack him up. And that is most of what he does. He's only got like 4 attacks. Okay, we procced another bleed. I think we kill him here. He's not dead. Okay, I'm glad I didn't have to show that boss fight more than once, because that is one of the more boring boss fights in the game. And that dude does have just chunks of health. But he gives us a Titanite Slab, which is a rare upgrade material that is required to max out most weapons. Based on like your weapon's upgrade type, you might need to use something else. But yeah, over there, through those bars is where we actually started the game. I did it! I can't remember if there's anything else special up here. Nope, not really. We just get to drop back down in here. And, oh, I did not remember him being here. That is quite something. I'm just going to drop him for a moment so that I can grab that item that's behind him, because I believe this is what we're here for. Yes, the peculiar doll. Ow. Yeah, he was not in the mood to let us leave that room, so we're just going to leave those souls behind. We don't really care about 20,000 souls. It's not worth fighting a Black Knight in that kind of close quarters. That's the kind of fight that we could win after like 3 or 4 attempts, but I don't care. We got both of the items we came here for. I don't believe there's anything else that we need to get as part of the revisit. We really just came here to kill that demon, get the slab, and then get the peculiar doll. So following that, we're going to head on back and hopefully not be entirely burned to death. There's always the possibility that we'll just be burned to death and have a bad time. And there it is. I think I could just warp from this bonfire instead of, you know, slogging around through here like a dummy. So I'm gonna see if that's the case. Yeah, I can just warp. You cannot warp to every bonfire, but you can warp from every bonfire. All right, we're gonna go into the crypt and try and remember how to get through that nightmare. So, Soul Level 1, the biggest difficulty in Soul Level 1 is it's very difficult to explore. You are very vulnerable. You can't block enemies, so you can't really proceed cautiously, and you have a difficult time dealing with being surprised. As you take a lot of damage from any individual hit you take. So going into areas that I don't remember very well are very dangerous. Well, going into is very dangerous? I think is the right tense there. That being said, we do crunk some skeletons with this like maxed out weapon. Which is good, because if any of these skeletons actually stands up, their attack pattern is nightmarish. Really quick, just for the sake of completion, I'm going to come on down here and grab the binoculars. Oh, and also, with the binoculars, you can actually look down from here, and that's Lower Undeadburg. That's the layout of it. Like, that street down there is actually the street that we walk on. I think that is the Capra Demon fight in that little corner. And you saw a skeleton's foot tumble off the ledge there, compelled to do so by the physics engine. So yeah, that's always one of the things I really appreciate about Dark Souls. That was a big impression point for a lot of the reviewers too when the game came out. That you can look out and see places that you're going to go to from a lot of spots in the game. So the game's always giving you both previews of where you're gonna go and kind of opportunities to reminisce about where you've been. So those already dead. Wow. Yeah, okay. Did anything even hit me? What did I get? I think I got knocked back by one of the no, I better rest at Firelink this time so I don't have to do this warp again. I think I got hit by one of the suicide skulls, and that like knocked me into oblivion. Okay. So this first segment of the crypt is intended to be this hugely stressful section with all sorts of... Whoop, lagging out. And there goes the video. With all sorts of stuff to kind of whittle you down if you're using a stronger build, or just to harry you in general. But the actual the actual health of the enemies isn't that high. They're just aggressive, they do damage, and they stand back up if you kill them. There are some like ritualist enemies that are propagating this that you can run over and deal with as you're progressing through the area. And if you deal with them, they don't respawn, and then you don't have to worry about reanimating skeletons for whichever area you have cleared. Imminent sorrow. Yeah, that's quite right. I want to clear that area as fast as possible. Oh. We can hear skeletons re-knitting as we're going. And any of the skeletons that are going to reanimate, you don't get souls for killing either, so there's no point in like trying to farm things or anything like that. We're going to kill a lot of things for safety while I try to remember where the heck to go. A little ways in here, there is a bonfire. There we go. Ow! This is the first ritualist guy. There we go. Ow. Yeah, these skeletons can cause the bleed status. They do really nasty amounts of damage. Spooky. They drop scimitars. You can get a lot of scimitars. A scimitar is a pretty fun weapon to run as your core weapon for the game. There's a challenge run type that I think is pretty interesting. I was kind of 50-50 between this and the Soul Level 1 run. Soul Level 1 run is like more renown. And that challenge run is called a class run, where whatever starting class you pick, you cannot use gear other than the gear that class starts with. Okay, that's the next guy I need to go after. There's a very fast way to just kind of jump down here that I don't remember. Also, some of these dudes run and, like, lead you through more skeletons. Some of the skeletons are also archers. Take a backstab. Sit down. Even now, I am already surrounded by skeletons. That attack they do after the leap is actually, like, fairly reliable to parry, if I was doing any parrying this run. But I'm not parrying, and the simple reason for that is, you know, it's easier with shields, and I'd rather have two hands on a weapon so that I do real damage. Okay. This area's got, like, secret junk and a lot of items when you're able to, you know, look around carefully. It's difficult to look around carefully because there's a ton of reanimating skeletons trying to stop you from doing almost anything. There is a covenant that's, like, much lower down here that's very interesting. I believe it's called the Crypt Keeper Covenant. It allows you to, like, curse other players, and players who are cursed have to, like, invade you in order to stop the curse. So it's like a PvP invitation where you get to play as the defender, and if they don't, like, accept and come after you, it, like, spawns more enemies into their world, like spectral dudes. But you get access to it very late in the game. Matchmaking in Dark Souls 1 is purely based on how many souls, on how many level ups you've taken. So, interestingly, our matchmaking, being Soul Level 1, is basically we'll fight like early game brutes if we wanted to go in and do anything. I thought those had a trap in them that I haven't been seeing. This guy is coming back together, so he's got a buddy. He's got somebody reanimating him. I was able to muddle through that because I got, because I was on the floor and I got, like, invulned through a knockback that would have killed me. There we go. We want to push this lever. Huh. Thankfully, you're invulnerable while interacting with contraptions. The last time I did this, I was not one-shotting the skeletons, so that's very nice. Somewhere around here, there's like a bunch of, I remember there are invisible walls in this area. But I don't remember where they are. I just remember that they exist. Stay on the outer part of this walkway to avoid the spike traps. We're going to run across here. So the reanimator guy is back here this time. And he didn't even run away, so we're just going to clock him. Imminent trap. Ah, one of those falls out under you if you step on it. almost got a bleed proc there. A bleed proc at this point would be probably just lethal. Okay, there's a pit in the middle of that room that I don't want to fall into carelessly. Falling down that pit carefully, though, gets you access to, like, a somewhat secret blacksmith. He's, like, down this way, and then there's a drop. Have to beat, you know, an infinite cavalcade of skeletons for a bit. I don't want to take that drop. Is it like, is this something? No, it's not. It does take long enough to chop through skeletons that when there are this many, I could be cutting them down forever and never finish. Because, like, 2 skeletons will stand up for every one I get rid of. And I have 1 Estus right now. Let's see. I think I'm just going to have to take the plunge over here. And try and remember how this works. Oh, that's what's going on. There's a dude there. Okay, so I need to run further down that and then take out that guy. Okay. Thankfully, switches stay pushed, so I might be able to just run through that to get to the spot I need to be at. We are down to just 5 Estus, though. Kind of the norm. Okay. So, let's see. There are various places here where I might be able to just drop to where I need to be. Oh, that's right. There's an interesting tactic. Sometimes the animation for recovering from a clank is faster than the animation for, like, finishing the swing. So sometimes you can line up your swing to hit a wall and recover faster. Could you not? Okay, let's see. I might actually want to use that trap to go further down. Let's see. If I could remember where exactly it is. Really don't. So this is definitely a spot where you can just kind of take a plunge. Nice. Barely got that. Try right. Okay, I notice there's a bloodstain here. One of these is fake. I think it's this. You won't deter me. There we go. Secret bonfire. Very important. So we might want to come back through here later anyway to get a fire weapon. As much as I have an absurd amount of charcoal, I don't always have the time to be standing around applying charcoal to things. And because we're soul level 1 and our damage is pretty low, there's a lot of boss fights that will not be over by the time we have by the time the charcoals run out. Okay, so we can now run across this. This is what we just opened. I think that down there is like a special fancy spot that we might want to get to later. But we can try other permutations after doing the main thing, whatever it is. Alright, can't go up from there. Nope, I just swung into his riposte. This is breakable, right? It says treasure, but if I remember right... It's also dangerous as heck down here. It's a bunch of dudes who are going to shoot at you. Plus there's like this guy. Get out of here. Jerk. I think this leads out mostly. Let me get through here. I think there's like something cool at the end of this hallway. Dark Moon Seance Ring. Oh, right, that's a big spellcaster thing. Yes, there are feet there. People on the internet are weird. What's new? Not sure if I can get past this. Oh, well, I did, so there. I have one Estus flask left with which to explore. 90% of the time, the right answer in this entire place is run past the skeletons. Some skeletons are going to cut you up. Just make your peace with it. Move on with your day. I killed a summoner. There are only so many summoners in this area. I think there's probably like 6 or 8, but that is a limited number. Okay. Okay, I got stabbed by that. It does very little damage. The point of those is mostly like, is somebody following you? Well, that skeleton might kill you. Hip. Yeah. What is this? Oh, look! Hey, buddy! I think that's the same summoner from just a moment ago. And I missed an item that was on that ledge. Oh, that's the guy from earlier. Okay. So this bit here is interesting. I can't remember how to do this jump. I didn't do the jump correctly. So there's a very specific way of doing that where you land ledge, ledge, ledge. You can hear the tapping of a hammer down here. Interestingly enough, this blacksmith can also be killed for a weapon that's kind of soul level 1 viable. It's like a fire hammer. But it's not as interestingly different as the giant's hammer. You can really just do without it. I'm gonna try doing that jump a couple more times to see if I can remember how it's done. Oh, right, I keep forgetting that. I forgot that item again. Skeleton's gonna go to his doom. So I think maybe it's not a jump from here, maybe it's just a roll. Oh, maybe I just walk off. Well, that would be simple, if that's the case. I think that's not lethal. Yeah, okay. Okay, so you just walk off of that thing. That's not what I remembered. That might explain why I always have a hard time getting to this guy. So I think it stands to reason, because he's got, like, bones in beard form, that this dude was either an illithid, or that he just has a series of parasites attached to his skeleton. I don't think one of those is like... I don't think either of those are any good. Okay. He would like us to be gone. I don't really care. I want to remember the services he offers and if he has anything for sale.
What's that then? Then produce me.
Okay, so yeah, modification. He can make weapons into fire weapons. Purchasing, he sells Homeward Bones, Titanite Shards. We're going to start buying some Titanite Shards. And I'm going to crunch down some souls so that I can buy some more. So it'll be quite a lot of Titanite Shards if we want to max out. Note, of course, that we got Soul of Smo. as a result of killing Smo. Second, only the second one you kill actually drops a soul.
What's that then?
Okay, gonna purchase Titanite shards. A lot of them. Gonna reinforce. It's gonna be the same old, same old. We're still pumping reinforced clubs. I need a few more souls,
That'll be all. Then you'll spot.
but I've got more souls to eat. Speaking of which, I ate before the stream, but I'm getting a little hungry again. I can keep going for now. Let's get a few more souls in this. I think these are 100 a pop. Oh no, those are 200 each.
What's that then?
Reinforcing my weapons. I need to get this up to a +5 in order to make it into a fire weapon. Now that it's a +5, I can now make it a fire reinforced club. And reinforcing the fire club, I think, requires a special kind of Titanite. It is green Titanite shards to reinforce it further, and he doesn't sell those, so we are moving right along.
That'll be all.
Okay,
Then you'll spot.
so from now on, our green Titanite shards will be going towards upgrading that weapon. And we can upgrade that at any old bonfire. This is the part with the bone wheels. Bone wheels. If you're coming down here without talking to the blacksmith, then you are falling into this area and then dealing with the bone wheels. You may have noticed there's a lot of these goons. There's just a heck of a lot of bone wheels. Up on that ledge is something pretty cool. I don't remember what it is, though. So bone wheel hitboxes are like absurdly persistent. Their damage is pretty good. And if you drink, they might just kill you entirely. And we need to get through all of these bone wheels to get to the next boss fight. So that's a thing. Looks like we got a free humanity that's attached to our pile of souls, so that's something. Let's see. Even when they've, like, finished rolling, they sometimes have more hitbox to spare. These flipping things. There are a lot of items that are associated with falling down here from a specific, like, angle or manner. I'm just going to try running these things. Problem is, seeing as they're wheels, they're very good at chasing you down. They have quite a good capacity to autocorrect. And they do a very flexible amount of damage. They kind of pick how much damage they want to do at any given time. Let's see. This is a really, really difficult section to get through on Soul Level 1. I'm just going to try running past as well as I can. They activated and took 2 passes on me, or rather, the ones that activated, as I think I triggered one that was behind me. So the ones in front of me both got a pass, and then one behind just finished me off. There's like 8 of these things down here. It's the worst. Okay, just zig, then zag, then... Oh my goodness, there's still more of them! And if they pin you into a wall, you die. So 4 of them are going to be mad at me coming into this segment, at least. Let's try dodging... Let's try dealing with 2 of them. Clearly, 2 of them are mad that I'm, like, here. Or, like, this is the point that I need to step past, right? Who's mad about this? Okay, you guys. You're the ones. You're the offenders. Okay, now they're off with the blacksmith. I might be able to get through while they're still correcting for that. So I go left, then right. And then there's still more. Okay, I made it to the boss fight. I think. I think this is the boss? This is the boss. They're still, like, coming after me, I think. No? Okay. Well, we're gonna pine resin this, and we're gonna fight. This is Pinwheel. He is referred to by everybody as a joke boss. He's beatable from the very beginning of the game. So you just run over here and beat him up, and that's the boss. That's why there's a boss question mark. If you are coming here as the first boss, which is totally possible, you can just run past all those skeletons and fight this like the first guy. He's sometimes reasonably tough if you do that, because you don't do enough damage to just kill him like that. And if you don't do enough damage to kill him in a matter-of-fact way, he can split into multiple guys who are all equally dangerous, which in some cases is just not very. The Mask of the Child is the one that gives us stamina recovery, so we're going to go with that. There are 3 possible masks that can be dropped by Pinwheel that have various different effects like that. So I want to get the bonfire that's past him, and I'm going to try to get through this next area a little bit, but maybe not a whole lot. Okay, so the thing about this area is that it's hella dark. This part up here, I think, is the way to go back. And you run up on this. No? That's not right. Okay, so this area is hella dark. There's a couple items that can allow you to see here pretty effectively. There is a hat that gets you permanent sunlight. And there is a there's a lantern you can carry. But if you can't see, you can just kind of walk forward and die. And that's the Tomb of Giants. That's what happens here. So we're gonna plan to come back later when we have a hat that lights up, a hat that glows in the dark. So I'm gonna go to the Undead Parish, I think. No, we're gonna go to the Firelink Shrine, because I think what I want to do next is probably progress in the forest. There's a couple things to do around the forest. We can try to deal with the Hydra. We can try to go after the Moonlight Butterfly. These are more of a waste of time than anything else. Like, this is only marginally productive, but it's a thing to, it's some boxes that we need to get checked off along the way, and it's not the most stressful thing we can do, because it's not chasing after a Lord Soul. It's not that big a deal. So there are 4 Lord Souls to go after. The toughest one for us is probably going to be the 4 Kings down in New Londo. We have to take a bit of a long run in order to get to that boss fight. There are no bonfires down in New Londo, so we have to kind of enter that area, run past a few dangerous enemies to get at the boss. And the boss is a little disorienting and absolutely a DPS check. So the boss of the 4 Kings spawns in these dudes one at a time. They are on a timer. It does not care how many of them are active when it spawns in the next one. It just goes off of time. So you can get overwhelmed if you're not able to kill them quickly. They have a fairly simple attack pattern, but their arena is just a pure black empty void. So it is often, like, kind of difficult to get your bearings and understand their attack patterns correctly.
Well, you need
No, doing fine.
I'll be seeing you there.
Just checking
Be
in.
careful.
It's possible that later on we might want to get a plus 15 weapon, as opposed to a plus 5 raw, which is the equivalent of a plus 10 weapon. Raw just doesn't go all the way for some silly reason. Killing these guys could give us more Demon Titanite, but we don't care. Demon Titanite's not going to work with any of our weapons, so I'm never going to kill one of those goons. Alright. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally found it, you'll see how it's fading. Ow. Underside is lighter when you turn it around. I don't really remember my way around here at all. I think there's like a twinkling lizard around here somewhere. I remember the Hydra's like over there, kinda? I don't know. There's the lizard. Clunk. This weapon's pretty good at lizards. I believe this is also where the Grass Crest shield is, as well as a big ol' angry dude. That might have been back up a different way. I grab these, which comes along with the longbow. So one of the runs you can do for Dark Souls, in terms of like limiting yourselves or doing something more interesting, you can do a bow-only run. And each of the Dark Souls is kind of varying in how well they support the bow-only run. In Dark Souls 1, it's actually a very like legitimate, well-thought-through little challenge. A lot of the enemies and bosses actually have like unique vulnerable points that are precision-based and kind of tricky to get into. For instance, like, well, not all of them are tricky. Some of them are kind of obvious. For instance, like Quelag, her human body is a weak point. Blue Titanite chunks doesn't matter much for us. Magic weapons get upgraded by those. And there's the Grass Crest shield. I need to check actually what my equip load is. So my equip load is 129 over 612. If we equip the Grass Crest shield, it is 15.9 over 61.2. As opposed to... I think there's a little bit of difference in those rolls, so I'm not going to keep that on my back. This bonfire is useful because it kind of... I believe this is the bonfire that we will eventually be using for our forays into New Londo. It lets us out right over here, which is an elevator that goes right into that stuff. This takes us down near a couple of dragons. We can also try going through this area to get access to the Red Tear Stone Ring. It's quite popular in Soul Level 1 runs. I'm not going for it because I'm not quite that good. I'm not quite that much of a tryhard either. The Red Tear Stone Ring is a pretty powerful item. When you are under 20% health, it causes you to do 50% more damage. For a Soul Level 1 character, naturally, that's a pretty hefty steroid. It can really help out in a lot of cases. But you have to be at absolutely one-shottable range. It's very useful for some of the later bosses where we will be at one-shottable range regardless of any of our life choices. Okay, so there's a few items we can pick up around here. There are these crystal golem things, and then there is the Hydra that's off there in the distance. And then up over this way is Havel's Tower. And I was going to check in with him. We can get in using the Master Key, and this goon here is going to try to murder us the moment we come through the door. Oh, I'm surprised I'm not dead. And we're just gonna knock him out for his ring, move on with our day. This gets us into a part of Undeadburg. I believe this drops us off near Solaire at the top of that bridge with the 2 towers. Yeah. Oh, this is a different tower, but it doesn't matter. We're not going back to the Undeadburg at the moment. I'm just, like, opening things up, killing stuff for completion. So I'm actually going to run back over into the basin and up a ways. Oh, this thing's got some thoughts. Oh, we actually kill those mad fast. Nice. These things can be quite dangerous if you come here as soon as you can. Actually, a lot of things are pretty dangerous around here if you're coming here early. Which we are very much not. Yeah, we're just going to let the Hydra be, kind of do his thing. I don't really want to muck with him yet. Later on, I have to get past the Hydra in order to access the DLC content, and I do consider the Hydra to be a boss. Both Hydras. So we are going to take down both of those for the sake of accomplishing a proper Soul Level 1 run. The second Hydra is way more obnoxious. It has less limited movement. The Hydra over here, I believe there's a couple spaces you can stand where he's not going to just effing murder you. The one later on, I don't know if those places exist. I certainly don't know where they are. So we're definitely going to get effing murdered at least a couple of times. So that area you can actually fall down into, and I believe it's perfectly, like, available and platformable. I'll be heading over there in a bit. I have a few things to do around here. Oh, you hit me on the backswing. Rude. Yeah, there's a few spots to run around or over here. Stuff to do and take care of. This is an illusory wall with a bonfire behind it. Go ahead and light. And we're going to run back through here and get into some of these other areas. Let's see, we want to make sure we're falling safely. I don't remember which part is safest to fall down here. I think certainly some angles of this are lethal. We got to watch out for that. I think this spot's safe to fall down. I was wrong. That is not safe. You can see that there's, like, terrain down here. Okay. I'm going to see if I can warp up to that other one I lit. No, can't. I don't think you can warp to any of the bonfires around here. So we're going to be hoofing it. Alright. I got to remember how to get down into there. That extra area is where we will fight the Moonlight Butterfly. There's also the area behind Artorias' crest, where we could go to fight Sif. That's on the table right now, and we could try for that. It's a very challenging boss. But our equipment isn't going to get a lot better with regards to that fight. I mean, that's actually like a Dark Souls 1 thing. We've got most of the gear we'll be using to fight the final boss already. We can get very few upgrades along the way. In Dark Souls 2 and 3, in the Soul Level 1 run, you are still upgrading your gear kind of towards the very end, because there's a number of powerful rings that give you access to more stats. And since you can access more stats, you can equip cooler gear. Okay, maybe it's a jump across thing in somewhere around here? I'm surprised that none of them dropped moss clumps before now. Is it over here? I could see that there was a thing down there. Kind of moving. A jelly dude. That spot over there, I believe we get to from below. Yeah, oh, that's right. There's like manta ray things down there for some reason. Like, yeah, that's on theme, sure. Manta rays, why not? Blood red moss clumps cure bleeding. The other thing that cures bleeding is dying and respawning. Okay, was it like over here? Is there a way down on the far side of this? Honestly, don't remember. Somewhere around here, there's like a drop point or an illusory wall or something. Like a fork in the path that's just really hard to see. So switchback on the right takes us over to the Hydrophyte and other things like that. This is too far of a fall. Okay, this area over here looks a bit higher up. Okay, yeah. This is the spot. This is one spot where you can fall down to without dying. That tree is an enemy. If I remember right, it has like a cobra on the front, or it's just a troll, I forget which. Try attacking. Okay. There are a few pretty tough dudes through here. Lying in ambush. I think there's... Oh yeah, there's a bunch of plants that come up and attack you when you grab that item. But I don't really need it, and I don't need to mess with it. Oh, okay. It was just through here. That's all it was. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna reset this as my current bonfire. Cause, you know, I can feel the writing on the wall. Something's gonna go wrong. I'm gonna get messed up. Okay. That's a little ambush point. Don't have to worry about it too much. It's like a snake lizard tree thing going on. Ow. Aren't you rude? Probably aggroed him from somewhere else. Get a weapon that I don't care about. A lot of those. There's like an armor set lying around here somewhere. I think it's the Elite Knight armor, which is like the classic armor for Dark Souls 1, so to speak. It's like the Dark Souls 1 look. There's a couple trees around here that has these little, like, ambush vipers. These stone sentinels. Wow. Okay. If my weapon was weaker, I'd have to worry about them. All right. So through here, I believe, is where we have the next boss. There is a summonable character who, like, their summoning platform thingy is hidden behind these leaves. We're not using any summons because we're playing on SL1, and honestly, we don't need to. But I can help with this boss fight, and the boss fight's a little annoying because it's got kind of a format thing going on. So, we're up against the Moonlight Butterfly here. Thing about the Moonlight Butterfly is it's going to spam ranged attacks at us for most of the fight. And because we're doing a melee-only run, we can't damage it until it lands. So we gotta wait. It's to be a fight with a lot of waiting, and it's going to just spam attacks the whole time that I will have to get into the rhythm for. Yep. You have now seen basically all 3 attacks for this thing. Ow. That's the most damaging one. The one that I'm not supposed to let myself get hit by. Ow. That's the most annoying one to dodge. He's going to land soon. Here we go. And he does a damage pulse at the end of his landed phase. I didn't think we were going to be able to one-cycle him, and that has been proven correct. If I have enough distance on him, I can wait to read that and then dodge it. So naturally, if you have range attacks or magic or something, you can just shoot him. His horn is also, like, quite vulnerable. The NPC ally that you can summon for this is also a spellcaster, so she'll just blast this goon. Not a very challenging boss, just a, just kind of a, like a unique boss. I think that's something that isn't often mentioned about Dark Souls, especially Dark Souls 1, is you've got several bosses that are not like true fights. You've got puzzles and things. Like, this boss fight exists to make sure you can have a varied approach. There we go, there's the landing. And it's dead. It's always going to land at these spots that have these little sparkles, which is kind of like a nectar. The soul of the Moonlight Butterfly is good for weapons that are, like, for casting builds. And if we head on over here, in the area just beyond the Moonlight Butterfly, we will get the Magic Ember, which can allow us to enchant magic weapons. Yet again, that's something that's only important if you're playing a magic build. Oh, this also gives us the Watchtower basement key if we don't have the master key, which lets us get to where Havel is. Oh no, it's the Divine Ember that's back over here. All the same, the Divine Ember is a different kind of magic build thing. So as I mentioned before, divine attacks are effective against certain types of undead and enemies who are... I think they're also effective against demons. I don't remember the rules on that. What I know for certain is that the skeletons being used by the reanimators, if you hit them with a divine weapon, they can't respawn. So there's a few interactions like that. Interactions like that are kind of all over Dark Souls, where if a segment is hard, there is something you can do to kind of work with the game and make it less hard. Like, certainly you can smash your face into stuff, and there's a lot of things that you can do the hard way, but you don't really need to. You don't need to put yourself through all that mess. So I'm going to head back to the bonfire real quick and get a little tune-up. And then I'm actually going to go back through that area past where the destroyable tree was. But first I want to check and see if I have the items to perform any additional reinforcements. I'm going to start upgrading an ordinary reinforced club. And I'm going to start upgrading the blacksmith giant hammer. And we should be able to just max this right here. This requires a lot more souls per upgrade, as well as the twinkling titanite from before, but now it's fully upgraded. The Morning Star is another weapon option that we could upgrade if we wanted to have something faster, but just like the degree to which this is hard hitting is pretty crazy. The enemies here that would be triggered for this ambush, you can totally just kill. Let's deal with that real quick. And we're going to pop on through here to the pseudo-secret area. Yeah, they're like frog mantas. They've got like a tongue attack. I think they're poisonous. A couple things going on. This is another one of those tree enemies. You can see that it's kind of moving around. I believe it does have an attack on one side or something. I don't know. I don't think those respawn either. I can't remember if this is one of those sections where things will, like, drop out of the sky on you. Heading on up over here should get me up to one of those cliff segments from earlier. Where we can pillage the associated items. Just gonna have to wait for this guy to finish standing up so that we can kill him. Those things are very damage resistant, which is why I was like surprised I could take him out. I forget the effect of the wolf ring. I just remember that it's fairly good. Boosts poise. Very effective for heavy armor builds, which is kind of what those dudes are all about. The trick of the stone sentinels, that guy is tangled up. They have a special prayer ability that you can also learn. It slows down nearby targets. In this case, since they're an enemy, it can slow you down. It's an especially hated ability in PvP. This is probably the ambush I was thinking of. If they leap at you, I think that can trigger a grab attack. I don't remember. Green blossoms are a neat little item that's sometimes worth stockpiling. You can chew on one to increase your stamina regeneration for a while. Okay, that should be everything that's over down this way. I can head back now. Stay at the bonfire again. I think I might as well start upgrading some pieces of armor. So I've got souls to burn. And it's altogether likely that I'm just going to lose them, so might as well spend them. I'd like to reinforce what I'm wearing, thank you. Oh, you won't let me. I think that's unupgradable armor, actually. Which might be the reason I don't usually wear it. Alright. I could upgrade the Crimson set and the Mask of the Sealer, but I'll think about it later. So through here we've got the Door of Artorias. In this segment, there are a lot of really tough enemies. So there are some kind of like phantom dudes here that kind of act like kind of players would. I had to wait for my stamina to regenerate a bit. They've got a lot of health. They do a lot of damage. They're very mobile. You can farm these dudes for a lot of souls. Some of them also have kind of unique item drops. Some of them cast magic. I just want to get past them to this area through here. I think there might be a bonfire. I might be wrong about that. And they're kind of insistent on messing me up. That's a real treasure chest. Stone set. I'm not going to wear that at all. We're just going to kick him off a ledge. Never forget that option. Gravity is the great equalizer. You gotta watch out. The guys around here are like pretty dang close to transparent. In one of these little plaza houses, there's an NPC to talk to. Here we go.
Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me. That cometh thee not for the grave.
You can join the Covenant that these guys are in. They are like the Grave Guardian Covenant. You can actually use that Covenant to invade people who are in this zone. Thankfully, as I mentioned earlier, our PvP matchmaking is relative to level 1. So there will be almost nobody able to challenge us in this area.
Then there is nothing more to say about it. Begone from here.
Yeah, I'm not joining your Covenant. I'm not going to spend time on it or anything like that. Alright. I am going to hit the lights for a sec. If you go along with that Covenant, there are a couple of unique rings, if I remember correctly, because a new shopkeeper NPC shows up if you're associated with them. And I believe you can purchase some cool stuff from him. There's a ring that allows you to perform, it replaces your fastest roll with a cartwheel, which is even faster. Some people swear by that. Like the original roll is pretty good though. Perfectly fine. Be wary of head. Okay. I'm trying to skirt the edge of this area because there are all sorts of angry goons around here that I don't want to deal with. That's right, there are also like some big bad kind of wolfy guys there. So up here we're on the other side of the waterfall. The Hydra's like down over there. There's like a bridge and stuff. I don't remember where the bonfire is in this area, in this general vicinity. Okay, I just ticked off some plants. If I remember right, these plants hit way stupid harder than the last round of plants. And they have about twice as much health, which you might have noticed. I think I actually want to take this ladder down. Because I think there's something over here. I think there's another ladder I might want to kick or something like that to make it accessible. Either that or crossing the bridge gets me something good. I'm trying to remember how this works out. Okay, so here we have a nice chunk of souls, which we can use later to buy more resins or something. And then over here, got the bridge. there's another ladder that we can take. So this ladder basically puts us face to face with the Hydra. I don't remember if that's a better way of fighting the Hydra or if it's an easier way of getting ourselves killed. Either way, you can use it as a workaround for buying the Crest of Artorias, since the Crest of Artorias cost 20,000 souls that let us through that door earlier. A little bit of coffee. Yeah. Let's see. I think over this way is the way forward. Yeah, the plants are not backstabbable. You can't backstab the plants. There's no like animation for it. As much as the plants are a bit more dangerous and have more stats in this area, oh right, there's a lot of them here. They're still largely less dangerous than the PvP type enemies earlier. The problem is, if I remember correctly, there's a really deadly grab attack they can do. And you can get hit by several of them at once, which will cause a problem. Okay, so we'll try running through there again. I wanted to grab that item. I think that might be a ring. Okay. Really trying to remember if there is a bonfire here on the way to Sif. And if so, where that bonfire is. I have hung around here and engaged in the PvP before. I think it's a little jank. I feel the hit detection was not always clean, and I don't know if they've improved the netcode in a meaningful way. Alright, this area had these mushroom people. Yeah, these dudes will totally one-shot you. They hit absurdly hard. They look adorable, but don't trust that. They're murderous as all heck. Just gotta remember what all's around here. Certainly a lot of mushroom guys, but I can largely just keep my distance from them and be okay. There are these big things. Big old kitties. They don't like being hit in the head. And we've got another 2 of them coming over. And there's the waterfall. And now we're across. Okay. That waterfall noise is pretty persistent through this area. I hope you enjoy the soothing sounds of that waterfall. Okay, I'm just going to pick a direction and just go. Oh, there's a guy. Pick another direction and go. Okay, I think largely this is where I'm trying to get to. That is a magic dart. Okay, it's not going to hit us. So, I don't remember if there is a bonfire around here or where. I think we ran backwards. I think we almost assuredly just ran backwards, and that's why we found dudes. Also, his aggro did not, like, truly reset. Ow. He kicked me. He totally did. Totally kicked me. That's right. I forgot that their aggro doesn't reset on bonfire for some weird reason. They're programmed completely differently from regular enemies. It's a whole other set of behaviors. I'm gonna try and remember if there's something off to the right here. Clearly this all connects up in a few different ways. And there's a few different enemies running around. Okay, this is the bit from before with these goons. I just want to grab this even if I die. Okay, it's the eastern set, that's what it is. I don't actually care about that. Okay, it's pretty clear from this point that I've completely forgotten how to actually get to Artorias' grave. This area is more triangular than I seem to remember. I kind of thought this was a straight cut. Or at least there was a straight cut available somewhere. It's about following the flowers? I am looking for a grave site. Maybe it's about going to the source of the water. So that is the, that is one way across, but... Who's shooting arrows? An arrow guy over here, too. And I've got a knight angry at me now. The method of killing him is going to be about the same every time. Okay, yeah, so we'll be heading over here, going through the area with the cat, and then over there, I think I need to be veering left. Let's see, because this bit is kind of what's messing me up, I think. Oh, I got 2 people on my tail. Fun, fun. What if I just go, like, straight out this way? Just ignore the fact that there are, like, murderous mushroom goons. I think that light over there... Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. That's the goal, as it were. I think there might be a bonfire, like, around here. Nope. I thought there was a bonfire on this side of the thing, but I guess all I'm remembering is that you can avoid everything and run over here. All right. I'll take an attempt. At least one for now. So, if you do the DLC first, you get a special interaction here. But that's a very precarious ordering for the game. Am I committed to showing that off? I kind of want to show off that interaction. Okay, I'll come back here later. I will do the DLC before I do this fight. There's really nothing lost for that. In that case, where are we gonna head? We got 7 humanity. I'm gonna go over to the Daughter of Chaos and hand her some more humanity. Really do appreciate that you can use a bunch of humanity at once. I'm going to offer 6 and then 1, because I think we can only get 1 Covenant advance per offering, and I think I'm actually due for 1. Allegiance deepened, rank gained, and I'm going to offer the last 1. Allegiance deepened. Okay, so I haven't gotten another rank yet. We are, I believe we're at the, Chaos Servant +2. We have to be at the +3 to finish out, so...
I'll put them if you need.
He's got the servant roster. It's not important to us. And we can upgrade Pyromancy Flame through him because this is a Pyromancer's Covenant. So we need to be at the +3 to open this direction. When we open that direction, what we get in exchange is, on the other side of that wall is going to be the hat we need to see in the dark. It's a creature called the Sunlight Maggot. So we will get to that soon. That'll make it a lot easier for us to progress through the Tomb of Giants. For now, though, let's try and make some progress in the Demon Ruins. So, unfortunately, the Demon Ruins and the area on the other side, Izalith, is an unfinished area in the game, and that's fairly well known. They had to cut a lot of corners when they were putting it together, so compared to some of the other areas available, it winds up feeling a bit bland. So this area, there's just a whole bunch of Taurus demons hanging out over there. That item that's on that little island, I believe, is, if I remember correctly, it's something quite valuable, but you do have to walk through lava to get it. There is an item we get from an upcoming boss that will allow us to walk through lava without utterly murdering ourselves. Everybody, you may remember the Capra Demon. He's just a guy now. The original boss fight version of the Capra Demon does have more health than this. The individual enemy versions of both the Capra Demon and the Taurus Demon are a bit weaker than their boss archetypes. Or their boss stat blocks, I guess. Which is good, because there's like a lot of Capra Demons up here. That being said, we're not going to fight all those Capra Demons. It's like clearly visible that you can just go down here. If I remember right, these maggots are obnoxious, and I don't want to deal with them. So we're going to try and dodge a lot of stuff here. As a matter of fact, a good number of things to dodge is nearly everything. So if it's possible to dodge nearly everything, we're going to do that. I forget a bit how much is dodgeable here, but if memory serves, the answer to that is a lot. These guys kind of spit fire. I don't want to deal with a big crowd of them, so they do take 3 hits apiece to kill. Ow, that kind of clocked me. We get like behind a rock. There we go. So I want to grab whatever this is. Hey, other Capra Demon. Oh, and this is a boss door, totally, if I remember right. Yeah, the Demon Fire Sage. So this guy's a pretty familiar pain in the neck. And his arena kind of sucks. His versions of these effects are, I think, about the same, maybe a little harder to avoid. He has a couple more melee attacks than the other varieties. Ow. We can still hear the bell tower sounds from here. Good on people for ringing that bell. That's a weird number of bell ringings right in a row. I feel like people are racing in the game right now. Yep. That was close. No thank you on that attack. It's very good to dodge those. Ow. Got clipped a bit. Thankfully, his butt slam is very weak sauce, and we got through it on the first attempt. Which is good, because I did not have a full roster of Estus Flasks. I was a little concerned. We get the Demon's Catalyst, and we also, I believe, should have a bonfire in this room? Don't you cheat me on that. I could have sworn a bonfire shows up here when you kill that guy. Alright. Where's my bonfire? Is it in this room? Am I forgetting that? No, we got enemies here now. Super nice. Okay. Alright, I must be misremembering how that works, because I totally thought we got a bonfire right here in this room, and I was apparently wrong. So I'm going to go ahead and use a humanity, which will get us back up to full health. Because I'm not in the mood. I would really like to not have to do that other run again. Okay, I'm going to try up first. These guys, one at a time, those fire spitters are no problem. Kind of a boring enemy. Some of the enemies in this game I think are just put here so that you have something to smack. Okay, that's a lot of them. This is an elevator though. It takes us back up to the earlier area. Now that we have access to that, we can have an easier time going back and forth. And since I did pop a humanity, you can have it. This bonfire is also worth 10 because she is a firekeeper. I think it's not that many more humanity to finish that covenant, I think. So this is now active as an elevator. You may have noticed it looked kind of like an elevator before. Well, now it is one. Alright. Yeah, yada yada. Demon Ruins. Okay, that lets us drop back down to where the Fire Sage was. I think that's a no damage fall, but I can't remember. I don't remember if Dark Souls 1 has the cat ring that is available in Dark Souls 2 and reduces falling damage like on a constant basis. I want to grab this. Okay. There we go. Oh. He was a little large for me to walk through. Yeah, so all of the bell chimes we're hearing are a result of other players beating Quelaag in real time. Pretty cool. There's the bonfire. I knew there was one around here. I also generally remember that the bonfire was before a fog wall. I just thought it was a different fog wall. You can see how these corridors look basically the same. It's just like a bit more tree going on in this one. One thing I do not remember is whether or not there is anything significant over this way. Somebody left a message over here, but I think that message is probably just like, this was a waste of my time. Yep, we can't fit through these roots, even though it looks like it might be possible. No need to worry about that then. Ba-ba-ba-bum. So, I think, is it the centipede through this door? Imminent danger zone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the centipede. I don't remember very much about the patterns of this boss. I feel like this is a boss that way back in the day I just kind of put into a loop and got into a hurt locker. You don't have a lot of mobility in this boss arena, so you can't make a lot of interesting choices about how you're going to conduct this fight. You mostly just have to good old-fashioned like dodge and punch and just do it the right way. That being said, it's also like a big boss who winds up taking up a lot of your viable space. So he's just going to kind of, ideally, he's just going to come over and hang out, and we're just going to have to, you know, fight him the hard way and not die. There are a couple of areas on the left and right that I kind of have the option to run over to. Like, loosely. Can I just dodge that a little more slightly? Not, okay, not quite. I'm glad that missed. Yeah, so this is basically just me responding to slightly different snarls and trying to dodge with about the right timing. And I did not. Alright, so there's one attempt. But yeah, I mean, what's it called? Since the room is full of lava, you can't really do anything interesting positioning-wise. You oftentimes cannot see most of the boss and just have to kind of deal with that and fight him anyway. That's just the way this is. At least I can retrieve my souls super easily. But yeah, every time I have to do this, I'm going to have to wait for him to, like, come on over here. And he's going to want to throw some punches. If I avoid that in the right way... It's a jump, right? That was too early. That was also too early. Yeah, this is one case where we just have to get the invuln windows right. Let's see. I don't know how much auto-tracking he has on that particular attack. Maybe I can just kind of run towards him when he does it and get a better window. Let's see. I gotta kind of base this off of the way he's slamming it down. Yeah. Oh, that didn't hit. Okay. I knew that wasn't going to hit. I just threw that out to feel better. Okay, yeah. The fight is hard to learn because I don't get a good visual on what he's on, like where his attack is kind of landing. I could probably watch somebody in a video do this fight and then do better as a result. But I think it's mostly... I think, honestly, this is one of those fights that you just actually have to know the dodge timing and get it right. Because you're never going to have the chance to heal here. I also believe this boss, I think, is immune to fire, so our endless cavalcade of charcoal pine resin isn't going to be helpful. Okay, so I don't think dodging towards him is quite the right way of handling that. Yep. Blech. It is nice that they give you a bonfire that's right here for this fight, so you can just run down this little bit of tree and try again. Also, I think I'm going to try the blacksmith hammer for this. As you can tell, this weapon's a lot longer. It also swings actually a little faster. Okay, didn't quite get that. No? Alright. I'm gonna have to try a jump attack then. Wow, that whiffed too. Jeez. Alright. I just can't get that. That one I actually accept the whiff. Okay. Alright. That time I didn't go far away enough. He just wants to keep doing the same thing today. Okay, just by turning, he nudged us into the lava, for death. That's right. I think one of the ways of doing this is just to get underfoot and kind of mess him up under his feet and hope. And that actually sounds pretty appealing given how this fight's going. Just to get under his feet, keep swinging and pray. This is why I'm not doing any, like, no upgraded weapons, use the ladle nonsense. I ain't dealing with that. Still not quite hitting. Okay, that's completely going through that arm. So I think that's just, like, not vulnerable during that extension. That's what I'm going to assume from here on out. But it's perfectly vulnerable during that hit. And actually, I think I just knocked it off with one swing. Oh, I think that actually got me the weapon, the ring that makes me able to walk in lava. I just got picked up. Is that instant death? No, it's not. Okay, that did some jank stuff a little bit, but I'm gonna pop some OJ until I can figure out what's going on. All right. Just gonna roll over here and take a drink and hope. Hey, that worked out. Oh, no, he did the thing again. Ah! Okay. I think it gave me the ring because I tore that part off of him. There we go. This is the ring that lets you walk in lava. So now I think I can... now if he does that to me again, I won't immediately die. Now, the ring allows you to walk in lava, but it doesn't completely eliminate the damage taken from standing in lava. So we can't just willy-nilly wade out into the lava and fight him, but if we walk into the lava while fighting him, we're not going to suddenly die. Unfortunately, he does have that arm piece back, so we're going to have to lop it off again if we want him to not have that big attack. Thankfully, for being a hammer, this is weirdly good at lopping off bits. That's the pickup attack. This should kill us at this time. Yep, that's death. So with the charred ring, I really think the way to fight him is probably just going to be to run between his legs and wail on him. Because of all the attacks he's showcased, his leap into the air, which I'm not able to clearly hear all the time, is probably the only attack that's going to hit us while we're between his legs. And I don't know if he can do a full 360 while he's doing that. Also, I think what he's doing there might be latching onto the ceiling and then coming back down. Like, I just don't have the camera management to look at that without locking on. And locking on to him is going to make me more vulnerable to other stuff. Because since I'm hanging out in, like, the opening part of the room, if I actually lock onto him, my camera is going to, like, is very liable to... Well, first of all, it unlocked there, which is great. Camera's very liable to just kind of merge with the wall and give me a really bad time. Take that. Without that extra limb, his range is pretty limited. He sure does like the grab attack, though. Okay, no, that's not him going on the ceiling, because he just went through the ceiling. Oh, right, he does, like, fire when he does that. He's shooting a fireball down. But he didn't do that every time. He just did that once. Okay. I'm just going to move out when he jumps up, and when he's on the ground, I'm just going to hit his leg like this. Oh no. Whatever. Now he's dead. So, the fact that I get the ring for knocking off the piece really helps with that fight. I didn't know that was a thing. So now we know. Also, was that... Okay, that's pretty close to zeroed out lava damage. That's easier than I remembered it being. We can now get a few pickups in a few places that will require us to walk on lava to retrieve them. 2 green Titanite shards, quite nice. Use that to upgrade the fire weapon. I'm actually going to turn back to the last bonfire and do that now real quick. Let's see. It's not quite 9 o'clock yet, so we can continue to work on this. Yeah, generally speaking, we want to try to... I'm going to grab that on my way back down. We want to try to use whichever weapon between the raw, the lightning, or the fire, based on like whether the opponent's vulnerable to bleed, lightning, or fire. And most things are vulnerable to one of those effects. I think the one exception to that might be Gravelord Nito. I do not remember if he cares about any of those in particular. I know that divine damage works well against him. I think that we will not have access to divine damage at soul level 1 at any point in time. There's no way for us to get it. There's not even a divine-oriented resin. Actually, wait. I might be lying. If you perform a divine upgrade on a weapon, I believe that does not change the stat requirements on the weapon. So we could perform a divine upgrade on a weapon we can already wield, and that should work. The problem on that is really just that it will make the weapon kind of close to worthless. Right. This is where we're going. Because upgrading a weapon to either divine, magic, fire, anything, it actually reduces the weapon's baseline damage in order to give it the additional damage component. Light the bonfire, rest. We already reinforced that weapon. If there was a merchant here, we would love to dump 70,000 souls into something, but that's not the case. So, 70,000 souls, worthless, nothing. Yeah. Excuse me. So this is Izalith. There's a lot of these, there's a lot of, like, charred dragon corpse bits that hang out here. It's a bit of a wide open area, to some extent. It's kind of a pain to look at, because it's mostly just lava. And we can walk on lava, but that's not the kind of thing we want to be doing all the time. Lava is a sometimes terrain. Have that. Okay, so this actually two-shots them, as opposed to three-shotting them from the other weapon we were wielding. I'm going to check all these walls, because I cannot remember, for the life of me, which walls are actually illusory here, and one of these little plazas contains a full-blown... oh, no, it doesn't always. Okay. One of these plazas contains a bonfire, so really need to be mindful of that. There's like an item sitting out in the middle of nowhere in there. Or is that my imagination? The lava is playing tricks on me. I think it might be that one down there. Ah, humanity. Cool. Okay, there's a couple of items out in the lava in the middle of nowhere. Ah. Kind of slipped on that. Also noteworthy, the attack from the oh, you were still alive. The attack from the giant blacksmith's hammer is mostly just like a straight down. It doesn't have as much like side-to-side coverage as the weapon we were previously wielding, as the spiked club. Oh, you just got mad. I ain't gonna stick around for that because I don't remember what the heck these guys' attack patterns are. Is this one illusory? Yes, this is the one. That's why it had the little words in front of it. Yeah, there's a couple ways of getting around Izalith. I don't quite remember them though. Well, one of them is you have to get 30 humanity given over to the Chaos Covenant, which lets you kind of get into that walkway up there. Skips almost all of the area. And I'm slowly working at that, but I don't quite have enough humanity to do it. Now I'm trying to remember where to actually get out of this place. I think it is over there. So I think you do still need to access that walkway, kind of. The thing about this place is it is really keen on you getting into this here lava and playing around. I need to remember where it comes to. Well, if I can't remember... Oh, you're awake. So I'm thinking what I might do, since I can't remember immediately how to get through this place, and I have enough other things to do. I'm going to go back to Anne Orlando and go to the Duke's Archives. Now, the Duke's Archives is going to be necessary for me to progress there in order to actually get to the DLC area. The DLC area is really cool. It's got some really fun bosses. If I remember right, there are 3 bosses in the DLC zone. And we will not be killing the giant there, although some people consider him a boss. I do not. Yeah, that's probably it. Hey, excuse me, buddy. I'm just gonna... No, just coming on through. Just don't mind me. I'm just gonna pop through your legs. There we go. I could have actually rested at the bonfire, like, right behind me and gotten up to 10 Estus. Whoops. There's no hidden path there. That's just a troll. Okay. This guy is annoying. I want to get him to charge to one side so that I can dodge behind him. Thankfully, he doesn't respawn, so I won't have to deal with that again. He'll always drop the Fang Boar helm, because the previous boar did not drop the helm. There are only 2 in the game, and they don't respawn. Never mind, there are 3 in the game, and they don't respawn. They're very intimidating, but very slow. It's not that big a deal. Okay, we got the all-important bonfire over here. I do not need to keep the orange charred ring equipped. So I'm going to switch back to the Ring of Steel Protection. Actually, I'm going to put on Havel's Ring and see if it speeds up my dodge rolling. Maybe, but if... I think it does. I think it does. Not by a ton, I don't think. There's supposed to be an enemy hanging around here with a special drop. like off to one side somewhere. Woo. How dare I forget how the first room is laid out here. I get to take a bunch of damage. These dudes look more like the hollows, like generic hollows, but they have attack patterns that more closely resemble skeletons. Oh. Guy from around the corner totally got me. That is the thing I need to take out. You need to kill that specific crystal golem to access the DLC area. Oh yeah, Artorias is really cool. I really love that fight. It is hard as heck. Although I actually find Calamite to be a bit harder than Artorias. He's just like a little harder to manage and predict, and he's got a couple more attacks that will one-shot you. Artorias does not give you a break. Well, he occasionally gives you a break, but very few of his attacks can one-shot you. Now, one thing that's noteworthy is I'm not using any like spells or ranged attacks, so I will not be able to stop Artorias' power-up. And during his power-up, he can one-shot me. Okay, missing that backstab is going to probably cost me a death. Oh, not necessarily. Okay. These guys drop crystal weapons, which can be interesting, but generally aren't. Ow. Ooh, if I got killed by him, that would be embarrassing. I dodged too early. He shot an arrow through that pillar to get me. Boo. This area is kind of a nightmare. So I'm gonna press forward here for a bit, but I might dip set to do the DLC instead. Because the DLC stuff is really fun, and I don't get much for doing other things. This lightning hammer is my weapon of choice for all the DLC bosses as well. So I'm not advancing my gear or anything like that by doing other things. This is also, unfortunately, an area where I have to be fairly methodical. There's not a lot of chances here for me to run past stuff, because a lot of the enemies are just crazy deadly. And apparently I can't get backstabs to save my life. He got to teleport before I could finish him. What? Oh! A Channeler Empowered Arrow is a one-shot, I guess. That's cool. Alright, I'm gonna go and do the DLC instead. It's hard. It's even harder than this, but it's fun. Let's see. Closest to the DLC would be... Is that Firelink? I think so. No, I haven't gotten the Lord Souls yet. I just beat Ornstein and Smo earlier today. Let's take a rest here. So I've got the 3 late game bosses and also Dark Sun Gwendolyn I also have to take down. Yeah, I beat... tonight, I beat... Let's see... I beat Ornstein and Smo in the first hour, and then afterwards, went down and beat Pinwheel super fast, and then took out the Stray Demon back in the Asylum. So I also have the Painted World that's open. And then I went over to beat the Fire Sage and the Centipede Demon to access Izalith. I was thinking I might want to knock out, what's it called? Let's see, that's the way over there. I haven't been through the Valley of Drakes the whole time. I was thinking that I might just want to try and knock out the Bed of Chaos so that I didn't have to think about it. But it's just going to be easier if I get the Sunlight Maggot and get my way through the Covenant so that I can skip most of Izalith. I'm not going to bother waking this guy up. He doesn't have a boss health bar, so he doesn't count. I believe he is a one-time spawn, so if I took him out, I wouldn't have to worry about him again, but whatever. I forget how easy or difficult it is to run past this particular Drake in the corner here. Also, how does its health stack up to my current weaponry? Fairly well. I stun him very easily, but just an uncomfortable number of swings to actually take him out. Oh, a Dragon Scale. Cool. Very technically farmable, guys. Okay, so we just want to get through here without getting bogged down. Excuse me. I can take this elevator. Because now, now we have to make attempts on Hydra. And that might wall me out for the rest of the night, because I totally don't remember where to stand. Let's see. So, Fabulous, do I know you from somewhere, or are you just cruising by? My camera's... yeah, camera's still running. Cool. Oh, right. Not that way. It's up this way. Ah, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I think probably half the followers I have on here are people I've met in a random Dead by Daylight match, and the other half are just people I personally know from like Discord and LARPing and such. Oh, I was hoping I could get a plummet on him, but oh well. Yeah, I wanted to jump into something to challenge myself. I haven't done this in a long time, and what's it called? With Elden Ring coming out, it seemed like a good time. Okay, I believe that... let's see. I think that the spot where this knight armor is sitting is mostly safe. Let's see. Not quite. Okay, but close to it. So, like right here, give or take? That was good. Let's go again. Oh. I'd like it if you did not bother me. I'm in the middle of something. Got one. Oh, come on. Got him, barely. All right, where are these other heads landing? Okay, got a hit. Is that it? Okay, he's down. Dragon Scale and the Dust Crown Ring. I do not remember the effects of the Dust Crown Ring. I think that's I think it's just related to magic. It just makes your magic better, right? Extra magic casting. Ah, cuts your HP in half. That is right. That is a thing that does. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've done the One Bro run to completion on Dark Souls 1 before, although I skipped Dark Moon Gwendolyn at the time. I've done it on Dark Souls 2, getting every boss but Dark Lurker and the two wolves. The two wolves and the gank squad that's just before the dragon in the sunken city. So didn't do the gank squad. I think the wolves are Ludenzalen. Dark Souls 3, I stopped my SL1 run when I was at Twin Princes, and Dark Souls 2, I stopped. And Bloodborne, I stopped my SL1 run at Murgo's Wet Nurse, so really close to the end. I also couldn't do the DLC there. Okay. Did I need to do something else? Wait a minute. I didn't get the item when I killed the crystal guy earlier. Shoot, do I need to actually kill more things for that? Oh, you know, I think I have to have the Dust Crown Ring when I go to that one spot, because it has to be a golden colored crystal golem in the Duke's Archives, if I remember right. Let's go back to the Duke's Archives. I think we can warp directly there. We cannot. Warps are very strict in this one. Oh yeah, those two guys. I had enough trouble with the one for SL1. I had enough trouble with the one that is originally invisible, or that leopard. That thing messed me up so many times. By the time I beat it, I could just dodge the entire fight on sound because there's no other way to do it. I think there's actually a pretty good crossover between Dark Souls and Dead by Daylight, because you wind up doing this kind of sound tracking, like frame-related stuff. And I think entirely the reason I think that is that Otsdarva is so big in both communities. Yeah, I remember it was the gold crystal golem. Okay, so he didn't show up. He didn't show up golden. I think it's that he didn't show up golden because I didn't have the Dust Crown Ring already. Okay, so I'll have to do this and then go back. Let's see. I wonder if it'll be faster for me to run through from Firelink. Because there's not a new Londo connection specifically. Well, let me rest here just in case I get killed randomly by some of these crystal goons up ahead. Yeah. I have never actually fought Ludwig and the Orphan of Kos. I didn't have the DLC when I was doing my original runs of Bloodborne, and then you know, SL1 trying to get through the DLC blind was utterly maddening. I made it to Ludwig once, maybe twice. It's just navigating the DLC was just hugely difficult. Okay, it's not golden. Is there another one? Okay, if it hasn't turned golden with that, and there was no golden crystal golem back at the area beyond the Hydra, I've got to be missing something else. Yeah, I think that I think it would have driven me nuts. I mean, I made it through most of the main game, and I'm like largely satisfied with that. But like, as far as Bloodborne goes, in the course of just like, I mean, a lot of the areas are just nastier, and some of the bosses, several of the bosses too. Oh, there it is, there it is. Oh no, it was just a blue Titanite chunk. Okay. Okay, I killed him before he teleported that time. And I don't think that guy respawns. He might. That's right, these guys don't jump back the way skeletons do. Okay. I'm gonna have to remember later what I'm missing for the DLC zone. I don't know if I have to, like, get the crown, reload the area to kill the golden thing, then come over here and kill another golden thing. What I remember is that it's needlessly complicated. Yeah, okay. So I have to get the golden golem to show up in the courtyard, and then I can deal with it. Why wasn't he there before? I don't remember how this works. I mean, I had to look it up online back in the day, too, in order to get to that area, like, at first. More Twinkling Titanite. Way off to the right when you exit the door by the bonfire. Okay. Well, I will look back once I'm dead. I think this area has another, like, has some other crazy skip based on an elevator as well. Let's see. I don't care about losing these souls, so we can just do this. Okay. Nice chat. I am not going to be able to kill this lizard, I don't think. Because I'm going to get jammed up on stuff like 3 times. 3 times, no less. Okay. I just want to trigger the next, like, phase in the area. Kill me! Do I have time to equip a Ring of Sacrifice? Got it! The second bonfire. Got it, got it, got it. And it's not this one, I know, because this is the jail. Oops. So I'm going to go back to Havel's. Ouch! He did the gut check. I forget about that move. I don't know if any other enemy in the game has that attack. I think one of these is like a phantom, not real door or something. Oh no, isn't it that I can like attack this guy through the bars and kill him? There we go. It's been so long. With the tentacle, but not with the helmet. I don't know. Somebody had to get all crazy and start melting all these snake people. What did the snake people do to you to deserve to have melted faces and split tails and all this other junk? We are soundly into the realm of the part of the game that I barely goddamn remember. I think I need a key for this. Yeah, locked. And this is walkable. And there is a thing to drop onto here, which gives me this. The maiden stuff and the white seance ring, which I think might be one of the things that gives you another attunement slot. I think all I can loosely remember about this is I think those, like, weird-headed guys have, like, a loose sort of AoE attack around them that they can do. They do, like, a crystal resonance song thingy. Well, at least they are weak. Oh, whoop. The game does have a counter hit mechanic, where if you hit somebody while they're winding up an attack, you can do more damage. That's also dependent on the weapon you're using. Some weapons do more damage on counter hit. That also applies to the player. You can take extra damage from an attack if you're hit while you're attacking. Which is why sometimes you may unexpectedly die. Clonk. Oh boy. Yep. Oh, that's right, they spit a weird goo. I think they have a grab as well. A lot of things have grabs. A lot of these goons. We have some clockwork stuff. Is there anything else on this area that I want to get to? Alright, I don't really want to deal with you right now. Could you just not? Check out this area a bit. Ah, there's the grab. Ooh, boy, that was nasty. Alright, I might have to be more careful. Yeah, I think their whole thing is like, goo attack to grab, you're slowed. Oh, that's right, they just want to leave. They don't want to heckin' be here for this. Alright. The liberating thing about Soul Level 1 is that you really almost never have to care about recovering your souls. Because all I'm going to do if I get those souls is spend them on some odd consumables, and it doesn't matter. That's right, that's right. Those dudes won't leave that chamber unless that horn is sounded. And getting through all of them in that tight space is a friggin' nightmare. And I think I need to get into that, like, little area to get the key. Oh, the climb up is on this side. Honestly, like, of all the special attacks in Dark Souls 1, like, Dark Souls 1 special attacks are kitty hour compared to that one enemy with the, like, brand in the jail in Dark Souls 3. You can just take a big fat backstab. Fear the power of reach. Go ahead and do this. Oh, it's got like a little snake skin around it, I guess. And this is a real treasure chest. And there's the door out. They are angry. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Don't grab me. Can I just get through here? That'd be cool. It's locked. Oh, they're backstabbable. Oh, I was not protected from that grab. Okay. I don't remember how to get through that door. That might just be an attack it door. Yeah, those things are super nasty. Those jailers. It was intriguing. It's like interesting from a design perspective because it's a spot that you can't just like kind of stat block your way through. And that's always a thing in the Dark Souls games is you choose how challenged you want to be in Dark Souls. If you don't want to be super challenged, you can just level your character up to oblivion, grind, and like just run through it. I had a buddy, well, from a while ago. I am not hanging out with him anymore for other reasons. I think mostly because it's kind of my fault. I kind of ghosted him after a D&D session where he was honestly trying his best, and we had a good time of it. But, whoa! Whoops, did I kill myself? Close. You are not alive. Is he going to slowly come down the stairs after me? Alright. But anyway, I watched him fight Gwyn on a character where he had just like kind of trucked through the game, and that fight was like a travesty. He was just chugging in Gwyn's face because he just had so much like health, defense, and poise from being absurdly leveled that he could just kind of truck on through it. So he just ran in there with like 15 Estus and just did what he wanted, and just had a slugging match. But the jailers in that zone, you cannot slugging match them. They are going to dictate how that interaction goes. Oh, he got the warp. I hate that they're invulnerable from the moment they start. Ooh, that's the same guy. Just gonna 1-2 backstabadoo. Backstabadoo. So I think that in one of these sections you can do something clever with the stairs to skip a lot of this area. I don't remember quite how it works. But it's like running down the stairs and jumping with the right air. Yeah, I think it's in the second room. Let's see. It's either with the stairs or with the elevator. Okay, now that I've gotten through the initial room where there's like 5 guys ready to get you, the rest of this area is comparatively tame. Whoop. Well, seems like a decent number of people are eating deaths here, though. There we go. Okay. Oh. Okay, so there's more guys back over here, and I could go back. Okay, that's like very much the initial area. I don't think I need to do anything there. I think I need to go over here and maybe across here, or it might be just full on down there. Okay. Alright, pretty sure I just need to run down here, and that'll make that easier. There's another bonfire! Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think Dark Souls is like I prefer having to dodge actively and do that kind of stuff. And like a lot of the dex weapons are cool. It's fun to be like flighty and get in a dozen stabs. Okay, that's right. There's like a switch somewhere that lifts one of these bookcases, if I remember right. Whoops. Almost got snagged on that. A dangerous amount of time. Somebody not told this book about gravity. Whoop. Yeah, I mean, especially in DS3 where you get like the Kamehameha soul cannon attack thing. Okay, let's see. I think I need to go back to the first room. Oh, rude. Okay, I think I need to go back to the first room, and I might need to take the elevator back up. Let's see. Actually, is there a way across here? Over there? No? Okay, so... Oh, hey, there's a channeler. Hey, buddy! Get bent! Okay, one less channeler in the world. Have I been out here? I don't remember. Maybe? Oh, you just wrapped around a corner with that, jerk. I'm trying to look for stuff. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was like a channeler attack that hit right there? That's a still aggroed one in the same room. Okay. Alright, well, let's see. That's right. Usually you want to flip that around and then you can go up there. And that's like a different area. So if I come up here... Whoa. Okay, this doesn't lead anywhere though. I'm gonna have to kill everything in this place before I oh, pfft. The stuff is right here. It's on the staircases. It was there the whole time. Clonk. Let's see, make sure I'm not missing any items as I go. The guy is just firing crystal soul spear, well, soul spear, into the wild blue yonder. Did not care. Take that, punk. Okay. Gotta be thorough. That is a real chest. What's the message say? Be wary of elation. Huh. So I think what I need to do is actually like turn this and then go over there. Yes, that's right. I need to turn this so that I can go down, which is tricksy. So that I can get over here. Wait, is there also anything over here? Like a switch? No, okay. I got a random bonus humanity. That's always cool. Please don't shoot me while I'm climbing. And then there's the lever that opens the bookcase so I can come back here effortlessly. Yeah, I think I always like the builds where you're buffing a weapon to like crazy heights. So you do like a quality build, but then you also have faith in your casting lightning weapon or something absurd. So then you've got a weapon that's doing like 4 different damage types. It feels really cool. It's It's trash for PvP because of the way defense scales, and some bosses sometimes like don't even care, also because of the way defense and damage is calculated. But it feels cool. It looks cool. I wish it was good, but that is a real chest. Blue Titanite. Neato. I couldn't care less about blue Titanite chunks for a Soul Level 1 run, but meh. That is a real treasure chest. Channeler Garb. Chest. That is a real chest. Archive Tower Giants. Okay, I think that's the one that lets you get past that door in the basement. And then that is a Mimic. Say night-night. What are you hanging on to, buddy? Nothing important for me. Yeah, goon. That is a real chest. Oh yeah, prism stones for the next area. Okay. And we've got a ladder. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-bum. Whoops. Okay, 3 hits for these. I think if I hit them on the giant crystal, it'll be less. Wow, okay. That didn't work. Whee! I just want to read these messages. It just says here. And I did it! Woo! I almost got clipped by that. I'm really taking this part fast and loose. This is gonna give me some comeuppance. Huh. I really it is the remaster that adds all of those like framped messages, right? I think so. I don't remember them from before. Yeah, sometimes it's 2 hits, sometimes it's 3, so I think those guys really do have a some sort of vulnerability point that I am sometimes getting. Yep. There is the hint. I don't remember if there's actually anything valuable over there. If there is, I think it's just like some Titanite that I may not care about. Whatever. This is so nerve-wracking. Even when you know it's safe. Thank goodness people have left messages. I think actually this first message is just in the game. Line up like that. Also, thankfully, these paths are not curved. Right, and from here on we've got the orange goons that are notably tougher, if I remember right. Oh, yeah. Bye! Thankfully they do that a lot of the time. Okay, and then... there he goes. Goodbye! Alright, let's see. Oh, also around here there are moonlight butterflies. They're skittish. but they don't attack you. No, never mind. Oh boy, they deal even more damage than the boss. Why'd I piss that thing off? Come on, buddy. Land back on that precipice. I don't even know if they're obligated to. I really didn't think these things were aggroable. I thought they were just peaceful in this area. But I was wrong. I hope they still run out of magic. Because if not, I'm just going to be stuck here and I'll have to take a death. Oh, that wasn't even on target. Well, I took a death anyway. Oh, this is the remaster. Yeah, I was trying to get this to run at first in the original copy since that's what I had. But what's it called? The aspect ratio wasn't like coming out right for whatever reason. The game refused to actually play in full screen, so I just went ahead and bought the remaster since it was still half off. I'm just gonna run on down there. It won't take that long to get back to where I was. I think there's some cool items and some things to remember, but honestly, I just have to not piss off the crystal butterfly that I pissed off out of just like abject. Ah, I'm on a tour, not playing a game. Yeah, I mean, it feels smoother, maybe, than the original. Like, honestly, I remember when I first played Dark Souls 2, that felt like such night and day, coming from the original. And I played the original to death. I was super stingy at the time and didn't want to spend like the full price on Dark Souls 2. I was like waiting for it to be on sale, and I eventually caved. I don't remember if I caved because it was actually on sale or just because I was pretty bored and other people around me were playing Dark Souls 2. But just the difference of the frame rate was like feeling so smooth. It was back in the days before I was even playing with DS Fix. Whew. Oh, the orange ones don't come back. Oh, and there is like a route over there for something super cool. I forget what. I think it might be a slab. That one's like a trickier jump. Some of the friggin' terrain around here is just weird. Well, time to equip prism stones. Oh yeah, that just fell straight down. I think I just have to fall over to that guy, right? Hey! Oh no, I don't need to fall to that guy, and I'm not gonna. Okay, thank you, player, whoever you are. Oh, and I can see that phantom up ahead that is standing there, and he went this way? Okay, cool. This should be about right. Yes, cool. Whew. All right. Nice clip. Yep. That's worthy for sure. Yeah, I really didn't think they were aggressive in this section. I thought they were just set decoration or like the Despondent Hollows in other places. Excuse me. Oh, that's right. I have to do that run every time I screw up. Let's try not to screw up then. Hey, excuse me. No big, just like, let me get past you to your... Oh no, wait. Oh, the enemies, the clams are still here. Oh man, I think that only happens the first time you do this fight. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So yeah, the first time you do the fight, there's no fog door, so the clams can totally follow you in. I forgot that. Subsequently, there's a fog wall, so the clams cannot just like hitch a free ride. All right. Let's see. In terms of the actual Lord Soul boss fights, from what I recall, Seath isn't that big a deal. When you have a stat block and real damage, the four kings also aren't that troublesome. They're just troublesome when you don't have any stats because you're level 1. Then it's like sometimes it's a relevant damage race. Got to line up with, yeah, this is fine. So I found out on the on like one of the subreddits the other day, and I was kind of disappointed to learn this, that in Dark Souls 3, the invisible pathway leading to the Dark Moon Sentinels Covenant is actually what's it called? You actually can't walk off of it. Whew. Oh wait, that's right. If you turn around right then, there's a lizard. Okay. Well, if I die, lizards. That's right. I forgot how that went. Okay, so here, this, and just line up with that, and you're good. Okay, cool. We've got the run without, like, any fuss. Plus, we have a Twin Humanity, so I can kindle that bonfire if I need more help. I can't remember if that clam over there is, like, protecting something or what. So we're just going to hug the left, and I think they generally won't be able to get at me. Okay. I don't remember diddly squat about Seath's actual attack patterns, and I'm going to try not to care and see if that works. Because honestly, I'm mostly just going to try to hang out behind him and mess up his tail. Okay, and he frickin' murdered me there, without me getting the tail cut either. So I might actually have to pay attention. We're gonna see. Yeah. I think like 4 kings, if you're going at them with like a real statted character or you're just like an armor brick, you can just walk through them the whole time and just like punch them down. Even in SL1 runs with pyromancy, the best way to fight them is you just turn on Iron Skin so you don't stagger and spend the fight spamming the crap out of Conflagration, and you just blow them up. In a melee-only run, they can be a little challenging, but in the first rung of Dark Souls, it's still not a big deal. Their attacks aren't terribly complicated, so they are one of the best fights to make use of the Red Tearstone Ring. If you come at them with a good Red Tearstone Ring strat, I think you can just crunch them every single time. I know that if you're on, like, an SL1 New Game Plus, they start to become, like, nightmarishly hard. It's just when you start to get to those, like, stat margins, they're just a nightmare. Honestly, though, just the run back to them is the worst. I just hate running through New Londo and dealing with Dark Wraiths. It is the most vicious boss run back in the entire game. With the possible exception, or like the possible contender of Gwyn's run back can be kind of rough. If you're not super accustomed to the Dark Knight attack patterns. Oh, that didn't kill him? Funny. Second one's the charm. Bit of Twinkling Titanite. Okay, and we start this run. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you're trying to cast magic, I don't know how that's necessarily going to work out, because I don't usually think of magic builds and range builds don't really have a great DPS going. I think if you get the Moonlight Greatsword from Seath, I wouldn't expect you to have trouble with a magic build. Oh look, my crystallized body. Ha! I don't know how any of your attacks work. Except for that one with the tails, because it's just like slapping. I get that. That makes sense to me. Of course, Seath is also just an absolute chungus. Ow. If he wants to keep doing this, I think, like, I might be stuck until he decides to do something else. Did he just one-shot me? Yeah, he did. Oh, boy. Whew. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm going to try the Ring of Steel Protection because he's honestly just slapping me. And I am getting slapped. I could also try possibly pivoting to the Seal Keeper's Garb. I think it has higher magic and physical defense. And I don't need to be that much tougher. Just a little bit tougher would help me out here a lot. Let's see. Although I'm not sure if the unupgraded version of that set is actually better. I've got Twinkling Titanite to upgrade it, and there's like only one other candidate weapon I would use the Twinkling Titanite on. It's ridiculously hard to farm that weapon, and I've already beaten the bosses I would like to use it on, and that is the Jagged Ghost Knife. The Jagged Ghost Knife is a weapon I was using for a lot of my last SL1 run, and it messes up Ornstein pretty good. He bleeds like a punk. But the, what's it called? The Spiked Club also bled him plenty good this run, so that worked perfectly fine. Honestly, it's just don't try to throw lightning at Ornstein and Smo. They won't care. Actually, speaking of throwing lightning, I'm trying lightning against Seath, but I'm not actually sure if that's the most effective weapon. Let me try actually using the Raw Club. I don't think I really have time to put resin on this, generally speaking. If I did want to put resin on it, you know, I'll try it. I just have to put it on before I go through the little room here with the clams. Lightning? Okay, yeah. I figured, because he is a dragon. Whoops. But I don't really have a good supply of golden pine resin, because I don't remember who sells it in endless quantities, if anybody. Maybe it was the giant blacksmith. Depending on his flat resistance, I might do more damage with this weapon anyway, because it has a higher flat damage number. Yeah, the other weapon was definitely more effective. Ah! I don't remember how these crystal fields work. I think it's just a thing he does that inflicts a weird amount of curse. I only have 2 purifying stones, so if I actually get cursed by him, that's pretty significant. Ow. For all the time I'm spending running after this tail, it might actually just be effective to hit him in the chest and, like, figure out his attacks. Oh, wait. Derp. Yeah, I imagine it is somebody in Anor Londo. There we go. Aha! I wonder if it's the gal at the what's it called? At the fire at the shrine. Get me out of here. Oh. I actually got tagged by that. Sure, this is where I wanted to hang out. Why not? Oh my god. Seath's tail attack is the flippin'... It's the worst. I'm trying to get the tail off just because, but like, I think I should just run straight in. You can't resin the hammer. You can't enchant it with anything. Oh hey, a spare Estus. Yeah, I was trying to go after the tail, but I'm gonna stop and just like hit him in the face. That's a mimic. Can I just jump down there? Okay, I'll take a little damage. That's fine. Yeah, I think Seath is actually the only dragon in the game I've never gotten the tail cut on. I've never actually gotten the Moonlight Greatsword. Even on like my main statted out runs. Even on the run I was doing my magic character, I just like wasn't aware of it back then. That was like the first character I did. Oh, that and no, that's right. That tail weapon is automatic because you can go cut his tail, and that dragon won't even. The Covenant dragon isn't even bothered when you cut off his tail, just because. Turn around a bit. Okay, let's see how this goes applying directly to the forehead. Excuse me, gents. Just gonna make my way on over here. Hey buddy, how's it going? Just gotta, like, let me have this thingy over here, this little curio. I'm eager to see it. If I could just scooch on by. man, you're mad, aren't you? That is not a stagger. Ow. Knocking me into the curse. That's an ouchie, isn't it? Am I dead? Yep, dead. Okay, so I need to give myself more room to run. But yeah, just going straight at him, I mostly killed him anyway. I just need to run away from that one attack. And that attack has got a very clear telegraph of him, like, powering up on at his chest. Chest ahead. Lol. It is possible that the spike bat with pine resin might do more damage. Usually a consumable setup is more damaging. Do I have any pine resin? That is a good question. I will check once I can stand somewhere. Oh, it's funny. I didn't have the time to use Estus during that fight, so I actually still have 6 from that random person who activated a bonfire. I'll be able to read that once that crystal golem's not chasing me. Sort of... Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to Calamite in the remaster yet. I have had a couple of stutters while playing, but that's all been just like a full stutter of the game. Nothing that affected my character control. Now, I was playing on wireless before, and I stopped doing that because I only had to have the wireless controller disconnect about twice before I was like, no, we're not going to risk this. Okay, I do have some gold pine resin, so we're actually going to try a run with some gold pine resin. Where's my stuff? My good ones. I need to put away a lot of this gear. Okay, there we go. And before I do this next run, I'm actually going to take a moment to use the restroom, so I will be back in 5. Excuse me. Okay, good. Nothing's randomly come to clock me in the face. Always a good sign. Alright, let's go. I gotta line up with that. Okay. Yep. Place both hands firmly on the club. Change your equipment. Okay. So I've only got the gold pine resin for one of these attempts, and then we'll just go back to the golden hammer. I think the giant's hammer is perfectly good for this. We're down just a little bit of health, but I think that'll be okay. As long as I don't get killed by a clam randomly. There we go. Check out my crystal corpses. Ain't that fun to look at. Excuse me, I'm just gonna head on over here. I'm sure you don't mind, right? Gonna take a look at this. What's you got here? Plonk. Looks like a stagger. Oh! Run, 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 run. Okay, fairly safe. That's the same thing again. Okay, run, 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 run. Didn't make it. We are dead. We are dead. Alright, so I think even with the pine resin that was doing lower damage. Probably because it's just a raw +5 instead of like a proper +15 weapon. So we'll have to make the transition on that once we get the better ember. Actually, so long as we're at the bonfire, let's real quick. Did I not buy the storage box? I didn't buy the storage box. Alright, so we're not going to storage box stuff, I guess. There we go. So yeah, I think the key here that I'm gonna need to figure out is stamina management, because I just need to make sure I haven't burned all my stamina at the point when I need to run away from him. The initial telegraph for the attack is similar to his other attacks, but if I run away and he does the breath weapon, I lose access to a lot of damage and I might put myself in more danger. So let's see how that pans out. Doing the same run again and again. What is that over there? That is... Oh, that's one of the bundles of humanity from another dead player. Huh. That'll probably kick my ass if I run over there. I forget what those are called. They're so super rare. I've only seen one like once before, back when I was playing in the day, like when Dark Souls was only like 1 or 2 years old, probably. I think they're called orphans. I forget. If I remember right, they have some kind of nasty magic attacks. If it was in another location, I'd go after it, because getting a chunk of humanity might let me finish out the Chaos Covenant. Yeah, alright. Heck, that's That might be clip-worthy. I think like some people have only ever seen those like once. I think some people just, I see people posting on the subreddit from time to time just being like, what is this? Like an unknown mechanic. Somebody must have fallen off there holding a lot of souls. Whoops, accidentally kicked. I'm gonna kill him because he just did 4 rounds of breath weapon. There's just whatever. Seath, man, he's not a big deal. He's just not. It's kind of a bummer that he's like, he's really cool. He's got all this design going on. He's a dragon. He's a punk. So I am gonna take a moment over to Anor Londo and see if I can buy anything. I think it's Muriel is her name. Is it Lucatiel? No, that's in the second game.
Very awesome. I prayed.
No, that's right. He hardly does anything. And we're gonna piss her off pretty soon, because there's a boss we gotta fight. Yeah, alrighty then. Let's see. So with that all taken care of, oh, we still have to go back to the Duke's place, because I need to unlock the DLC. That's what I was there for in the first place. Okay, so this is deep into the Duke's archives, and I don't think it's necessarily in this room. I think it's on the other side of the place. Like I think it is somewhere in the very entrance. Oh, come on. Yeah, so I think I'll have to walk here from Anor Londo for the best results, because I believe it is the first guy in that like first room on the right. But I think there's some kind of condition I had not fulfilled for making him show up, or making him the right color. I think it might be that you have to have been imprisoned by Seath and revisit the area, or it might be that you have to have at least one Lord Soul. Let's find out. Because we went out, we got the Dusk Ring, we revisited the area, nothing. If it's not there, I'm going to go back to the forest and take another look at the area where Dusk would show up and see if there's a Crystal Golem there this time. Because it might be that you have to kill the Hydra, reload the area, go back there, kill that thing, then come back here, then go back there. Ugh. They did not care about making this user-friendly at the time. Okay, so yeah, I think it's up. Come on down. Now, I can't recall if the basement area has a boss. I think it's just a very rare magic. I think it's like an important spell. Possibly like Crystal Soul Spear or Homing Soul Mass or something. Oh, why didn't I get hit by that arrow? That's mysterious. Ow. Oh my god, I got headshot. It's popping right out of my face. Okay. I think I need to go back to the forest. Hmm. Firelink has got to be the closest. It's about 10 o'clock. I got maybe an hour left of time. Oof. Let's see, if it's not here this time, I'll have to check online for what I actually have to do for that. And then after that, let's see. With the... I could go to the Painted World for a bit. Get more humanity and such. I'm trying to remember, do I need to be over there to drain the water? I forget where I have to go in New Londo to drain the water. So I'm probably... Well, I got killed there. I'm probably going to be muddling around in New Londo for a while to remember how to do that. This little stint is quite the run. I do feel a little guilty about not getting her tongue back, even though it means that, you know, I didn't have to deal with her dying. I don't actually remember where else in the game there are Firekeeper souls. Unless you can get one by killing the Fire Lady or Muriel. Mirabelle? I really don't remember what her name is. Okay. Whoops, didn't need to jump there. Graves. I don't know why that precipice on the left there even really exists. It doesn't really connect to anything. See, at some point I will have to go back to Blighttown so that I can get to the Ashen Lake, Ashen Beach, Ashen Shore, whatever it is. No, 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 no. You jerk. Accidentally killed me by turning around. Oh, okay, so your lightning goes around corners. Super cool, bro. Jeez. And fortunately, it's going to be a while before I get to another boss one way or another, unless I can actually find the way into the DLC, since there's a boss kind of right away in there. It's your little entry test, I guess. This is an unfortunately long bonfire walk, and there aren't many ways I could do this faster. Actually, I don't think there's a faster way to get to where I'm trying to go. There are safer ways to get to where I'm trying to go, because I don't need to go through the Valley of Drakes. Let's see. Yeah, there's not another activity that I could do that would make me more powerful either. Yeah, I think the only other real competing thing I could kind of plumb away at is going into the Painted World to fight the boss there, which I know is completely optional. So optional, she even kind of asks you not, but we're doing it all. How did somebody make it up there? I didn't know that was possible. Wow. Somebody was determined to jank out the game's collision. That's right, I think you can wake up and kill that zombie dragon entirely with just projectiles. Oof, lots of people dying over here, eh? I was almost among them again. Not yet, please, not like this. Let me just go. Just need to stagger it, and then I think I can get the distance. There we go. So if I'm going to make runs on this place, it's going to be from that other bonfire there. Excuse me. Head on over here. Oh, this does require an elevator. I could not remember. Glad that I stopped myself, because if I fell down there, it'd be kind of a big oof. Though actually, before I continue, I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna get myself set over to this bonfire. And I'm going to take a couple runs to try and grab the red Tearstone ring. Because I might want to use it during the DLC. So this might be a little annoying. Alright. People do this all the time. Let's go. I'm very likely going to lose these 64,000 souls. But what was I going to use them for anyway? Got some large Titanite that I could try to upgrade a weapon with. I think I don't have enough regular Titanite right now to get certain weapons upgraded. At least the weapons I'm looking to upgrade. Get up. I would like you to not. Brigand stuff. I'm just gonna head on up here. Y'all do what you want. Okay, yeah, that was actually cleaner than I am used to. Here's the RTSR. Gorgeous view indeed. And we're not gonna run back through all those dragons, because care a little bit more about the souls that we have. Just a little bit. That is pretty much a guaranteed death. Okay. Is there anything I can meaningfully reinforce? So that would be a no. What am I missing? Yeah, it's basic Titanite shards. Basic Titanite shards and green Titanite shards for meaningful reinforcement. Is there any armor I care about? If there is, it's special stuff. Yeah, not really. Okay. Whole lot of nothing going on with all that. Oh, right, so we're running over here. So we're actually checking out the forest right now. Going up. And we're heading over to the Hydra's hangout. Excuse me. Man, the Hydra fight felt like such absolute trash the first couple of times I played the game until I learned exactly how to play the Hydra fight. Now it feels like trash for the other reason. It's just kind of boring. Okay, there it is. There it is. Hey, buddy. Okay. I don't remember if I kill this guy and I can just go into DLC, or if I need to kill him and then go somewhere and then go back. If this punk thrashes me because we're in the water, I won't live it down. Okay, never mind. He has less health than some of the tough ones.
Sir, most great. I come up, sir. My hope. Would this... My heart. The night thou art, it seems that my time...
Okay, that's right. We have to come over here and talk to Dusk and get her as like a summoned thingy. And now we have to go back to the Duke's place. And then come back here again in order to access Ulasil. So that's back to Anne Orlando. We have to run down a couple hallways and take another elevator. This thing is making like a fireworks sound. Who would set off fireworks on the 9th of September? Alright, whatever. Not important. Ow. Lay off, buddy. Just need to... Just heading on through. I gotta look at speed clear all bosses to see how they handle doing this with any kind of expediency. I would guess that it's just a matter of they know that they need to kill the Hydra, reload the area, then go rescue Dusk. Then they wind up doing this bit as a matter of course when they're coming over to kill Seath. And then they would go back there to access the DLC. I think the standard all bosses route that I'm accustomed to routes in Ulasil about as early as it can, because it wants to use the like dark hex spells that are available there. They do a lot of damage. I've never tried playing with them. I can't remember if they're if they scale with intelligence and faith the way they do in Dark Souls 2, or if that's a Dark Souls 2 only thing. The darkness damage is your like hybrid stat damage. In Dark Souls 2, I remember you can get some really wild builds going. Thank you. Broken pendant. Now I qualify for the DLC. I need that as well as the other stuff. I think he'll die from falling damage if he steps forward. This elevator might go down faster than enemies fall. I'm not certain. Okay. Which one qualifies as the Undead Parish? Honestly, before I continue, I want to spend these 69,000 souls and buy more Titanite and get like random upgrades. Okay, cool. The Undead Parish is right at this blacksmith. Cool.
I've seen one of my like it.
Yeah, take the Divine Ember. And we will purchase probably like 10 of these suckers so that we can start creating a plus 15 weapon. Yeah, that's right. He does the raw based on the large ember. Oh, and before I do anything else, I'm gonna buy the stupid... Oh, he doesn't... Wait. I must have already bought the item box, but why don't I see it? Plus 7, plus 8. Okay, now it's large Titanite shards, and I can't get those from you, right? Cool, can't. Let's repair some stuff.
Weapons and armor, whatever. If you know, you can ask him tonight. So, oi, where are you off to?
That's right. I forgot he reacts if you walk away without properly ending the discussion. Okay, so yeah, there's no like manage equipment thing here. Key items, smith box, Crest of Artorias, and then a bunch of keys. So I definitely don't have the item box. You know what? It's probably at the Undead Merchant, not the blacksmith. So I think I'm just misremembering the location of that item. How long does it take to get there from here? It's not fun, if I remember right. Yeah, alright. The Crystal Cave is a warp point, as well as the Duke's Archives. Is the Crystal Cave the, I don't know if that's the basement. I think it's somewhere else. No, the Crystal Cave is actually at the fight with Seath. That's right, because each of the Lord Soul fights becomes a warp location once you've killed them. Most of them don't matter, because you're pretty much just going to be leaving those locations in, I think, almost every case. I'm going to go run to the stupid Undead Merchant and buy the stupid box that I didn't buy the first time. Oh no, you burnt my toe. Basically fire immune at this point with this armor set. Wow, this armor really does have a solid baseline. Either that or it's the ring. I think I'm still using the steel plate ring, which might just dwarf the attack of these guys on its own. Hey, buddy. Yep, he's got the bottomless box. Now I know. And yeah, we'll buy the other, like, pseudo key items that he's got. Nothing else here is terribly important, but I'll buy like 20 firebombs or 99 firebombs. Cap out on throwing knives too. Why not?
Oh, come back.
Let's see. If I wanted to buy more stuff, I could go to the Undead Merchant Woman as well. But we don't need to do that. And let's see. I think the way to the let's access the bottomless box and honestly just shovel away. So let's see. I bought a spare accidentally. Well, I thought I might want a holy weapon just in case, but I really don't need one. I might possibly want to use the grass crest shield at some point in time. Don't need to look at these armors. I just collected them because... Oh, I might use these later. Nope, I'm wearing that right now. And oh, that's one I'm wearing right now. Rings are basically always valid, except for Dusk Crown and White Seance and Dark Moon Seance. Don't need those. The poise boosting effect also will pretty much never come up, but whatever. That makes, like, marginally more sense to exist. I used it when I was playing Vanilla, I think. Sometime. Not for long. Maybe on one build? Come to think of it, I have not killed this dragon. I should probably take care of it. Come on down, buddy. He's just gonna growl about once or twice before he gets off that perch. There we go. Ow. Hang out. Oh, those side corridors are not invulnerable from him when he's actually active. I probably only needed to get like one more hit on him to actually kill him too. I feel like it's proper completion to take him out, so we're gonna keep at this for a little bit. I mean, like I said, I'm certain I was very, very close to actually just killing him, straight up. And I know lightning is his vulnerability. Man, you are quick to do that sometimes, aren't you? Huh. Okay, I thought that was weird. Wow, he is in a really inconsistent mood. Or rather, he's in a very consistent mood, the other thing. There it goes. I just needed the one more attack. There's the Claymore and that. Moving on. That is worth a handy 10,000 souls while I'm at it, too. Honestly, killing him when you're actually in this area is just... I think that's just a straight-up nightmare, right? So I think this is the one... This is not Havel's Tower. This one is Havel's Tower, right? Yep. Wait, it leads up? No. That's right. This is coming from the other spot. Do I have it wrong? Are these not the two towers? Because Havel's in a circular tower. I totally have the location wrong. Shit. Alright, so... Let me just run back over this way. Because it might be either this tower or one of the others somewhere around here. It can't be that far away. Isn't it this door? And then you like go down one more level and that's where Havel was? So this should put me in the forest. Cool, that was correct. That was correct. All right. Now we're going to the DLC for realsies. That being said, we've been streaming for 5 hours, so I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to get in the DLC, I'm going to do like maybe 1 or 2 runs at the first boss of the DLC, and then I'm going to call it quits for the night. It's like 10:30. I could theoretically go to 11, but after that I really have to hit the hay. So let's see what we can do. Man, that waterfall is so loud. Actually, all the water noises are pretty crazy. So in the DLC, we've got 3 bosses to cope with. We've got the Guardian. No, 4 bosses. We've got the Guardian, Calamite, Artorias, and Monas. A lot of people online treat Monas like he's the big dog, toughest guy. I think both Artorias and Calamite have usually been more of a challenge for me than Monas. Even on my soul level 1 run, I beat Monas in fewer than 10 tries, I know that. But Artorias and Calamite were both huge walls. I remember a lot of the specifics of Calamite's... I remember a lot of the specifics of Artorias' fight, and maybe a couple of the specifics of Calamite. But when I wound up actually beating Calamite, I had like, I was using this weapon fully maxed out, a fully maxed out armor set, and I actually took the time to like fully max out a crossbow, just so that I could get in little extra bits of damage. Was that a bonfire right there? Yeah, let me actually remember to rest at this and refill my Estus before I make a clown out of myself. I didn't even have that lit. That could have been disastrous. Alright. And also, got a little bit of humanity right now. Okay, Sanctuary Guardian. I remember a bit about him. Mostly that he shoots lightning. I think he's got a poison thing as well. Oh, right. That's an attack he can do. I remember that his lightning balls actually leave, like, ripples in the ground. Okay, okay. So that was a bad fight. The DLC doesn't hold back. Everything here has pretty hard-hitting attacks and is also pretty fast. That being said, lightning probably isn't the most effective weapon I'm going to use in this guy. So let's switch over to this. As a note, this is 224 plus 16. The reinforced club plus 8 is 174 plus 17. So yeah. Until I can get up to at least plus 11, which will require the last ember, the raw club's definitely going to be the way to go. I think the last time I was playing, looks like he's very vulnerable to bleed. Ouch. This goon does not like to sit still. I barely got that heal off in time. He backed off for a moment. I got to not heal. Great. It's going to take at least 2 dodges for me to get out of that. Okay, we did not do our best work with no Estus. Haha! So, we got really looped for a lot of that rendition of the fight, but we got him down to half. That's pretty good. I'm going to start using charcoal resin on the way in. He's you know, a beast. In Bloodborne logic, that would say use fire. I think Bloodborne's a bit more consistent, though. Let's go! Shot. Damn it. Oh my god, he's actually just evading every sequence I get into. That hurts like a Dickens. Yep, that'll get me. Ugh. Yeah, long knockdowns, lots of damage. It's a thing. It's normal. So, he's got very short windows of vulnerability. The last time I fought this boss, this is one of the bosses where I absolutely used a bit of pyromancy in my last run. I used pyromancy on the Sanctuary Guardian, Manus, and Kalamite. I also used Power Within in a couple fights. Oh, really? I didn't know that was a dodge me or get wrecked. He's just gonna use no other attacks this time, eh? It's just all lightning, all the time. Jeez. Okay. So the long charge lightning orb, I absolutely need to dodge. Its tracking is too much for me to outrun. tiers ahead. Huh. Yeah, some people having trouble with this guy. Well, I'm having trouble with this guy at this point. Last time I fought him, I believe I actually was also using the blacksmith hammer. Okay, so the 4-shot combo will wreck me. Dodge too early. I'm gonna burn through a lot of charcoal resin, but that is okay. Okay. I need to stop buffering inputs because every buffered input is betraying the shit out of me. Let's do a few more runs without pine resin because I am not hitting him reliably enough for that to put me over the edge. So let's not worry about it. Can't dodge out of any of those if you get hit by one of them, so, yep. I honestly did not remember the hit stun in Dark Souls being this bad. I think it's only Dark Souls 1 where you get comboed like this. But I don't recall. I know there are some attacks that are just built to combo you, like Manus can just combo you for days, it's what he does. But I did not remember hit stun being like this nasty. So I don't know if that's my faulty memory, or if that's just, like, something that's different from Dark Souls 1 and the other games. Aggression is definitely the answer. I just need to not ever heal. I just ignore the Estus Flask. I should probably just take it off the bar for this fight. That might be the best way to do this. But I'm not going to screw myself out of a close run if Estus would save me at some point when I'm like 70%. Then again, Estus will probably kill me when I'm at 70%, when I'm 70% done with the boss. So, I don't know. My ankles, jeez. Yeah, I think locking on is not helping me. Having my camera jostle is, when he's going through that attack sequence, is not going to make it easier to deal with. Because I think I need to dodge through that attack and clear to his backside on, like, the first dodge. And a locked dodge is going to make that trickier. That being said, it's easy to avoid some of his projectiles when locked, I think. I did the wrong response there. I keep responding to the wrong attack. Oh, okay, I haven't seen that this whole time yet. At least it's got a long cooldown. Oh, okay. I thought he was doing, like a 2 sequence or something like that. That is a thing about the Dark Souls. That is a thing about the DLC bosses. They have attack sequences that they can end early without without a lot of signifier if they're going to do that. Like if you compare the speed of this boss versus Ornstein and Smo, this guy makes as many attacks in as much of a window as Ornstein and Smo combined. Stupid jump input. Oh yeah, that's how that works. I forgot because I haven't gotten him to do it. I'm dead. Yep. Okay, so I think that if he's gonna do the spin attack, I just need to take it on the nose and move on with my day. Because I know it doesn't cause toxic, it just causes poison. And the amount of damage I land that prompts the attack is pretty big. I think that half the time if he's going to go for the attack, he's going to wind up stunned and not get it off anyway. Okay, that's the trick. Don't dodge, just run. That's a good heal opportunity. And I'm almost dead, but not quite yet. This might be death. That's a different tail sweep. Ouch. Okay. Almost had him looped. But yeah, that's the trick. A lot of his, all of his melee attacks don't dodge him. Just move back and move in. Because they're actually like, they're a little bit small. They don't have super great tracking. That's actually kind of common with Artorias as well. There's a few attacks that Artorias does where it's ideal to not dodge them. If he does a full 4 sequence, I can punish that, but if it's shorter, I really can't. That's punishable. There's the 4. Bring it. What you got? 2 swipe. If he starts with a swipe, I think it's always 2. if his second attack is a swipe, it's always 2. That's how it works. Yep. This should be 3 hits for the win. Or 2 will do. Nice. I figured you out. Yeah, so, what's it called? It looks like he has a version that's, claw, headbutt, claw, headbutt. He also had, like, a headbutt, claw, and he has a claw, claw. But if the second hit is claw, that's the end of the sequence. He did not have a claw, claw, headbutt anything, or a claw, claw, claw. Try humanity. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. I think this boss is kind of unique in that there's a like bonfire right on the other side of him, if I remember right. So there's a lot of messy stuff running around Ulasil before getting to Artorias. But the next major checkpoint for us in the run is going to be Artorias. Because there's a lot of unique drops and items in the DLC area that are pretty cool for, like, a casual run, but not very important for us. Now, we do have access to a new shopkeeper. Hello.
Well, look from what far, but not I thought but Prince snatched, and so I must. Thank you. I am I shall.
Elizabeth. Okay, Elizabeth, we can buy golden pine resin. She also lets us buy some, like, sorceries that are unique to the DLC. You only had 5. She only has 5 golden pine resin.
Thou shalt see an abyss was begat. Night Artorias came to. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the. Indeed, still. May the flame.
All right, so we're going to call it here for tonight. The next time we sit down, we're going to be working through Ulasil and making our way to Artorias, as well as our first attempts at Artorias. And so we've got Artorias, Kalameet, and Manus to fight and deal with in this area. We are not going to be going after or killing the giant hunter. He has some unique drops, but I believe he does not have a boss health bar and is therefore not a boss. I'm going to double check that and see if he does have a boss health bar. If he's got a boss health bar, we're killing him. So I'll have to check that online. All right. Thank you for tuning in. This has been Jupiter Exile. We'll be online tomorrow for some Dead by Daylight, planning to start at 6, run for probably about 3 hours. If you missed any part of this run or our previous Dark Souls 1 SL1 run, I suggest checking out the archives. It's pretty good content. I've been getting through this at a pretty good clip. This is basically about the 9-hour mark in terms of the run, and we're over in the DLC. We're more than halfway done with the game, theoretically. It's going to take longer for us to get through, longer and more attempts to get through the bosses later in the game. They're just tougher, and they're more fun. They're more fun to fight, more fun to watch, so, you know, I hope you enjoy that. We will not be streaming for most of next 2 weeks, I expect. I will not be home. I'm dog sitting at a place with worse internet, so I don't think I'll be able to get any streaming done. But we'll get this stuff up on YouTube, and, you know, I hope you all can be entertained. So if I don't see you, have a good weekend. This has been Jupiter Exile. Until next we wander.